Okay, welcome to the Ventura Unified School District Board meeting. Let's go ahead and do opening procedure and a call to order, please. Call to order, right?
We're just going to move to adopt the agenda.
Oh, the adopt agenda, thank you. Okay, so the adoption, are we going to make any changes to the agenda?
Yes, staff would like to request that we take item 15D1, which is in conference, to be the first conference item. So we're just moving it up in the conference agenda. And that's the only change that we're requesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So can we get a motion, please, to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, we're moving on to public comments on closed session items.
We do not have any.
Thank you. In closed session, we'll have 5A, which is the public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. And then we have B, the conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. And that will be, the board will discuss the threat of litigation regarding the construction of the solar panel structures along the eastern fence line at Foothill Technology High School. Okay. So I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
I move to close session.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, welcome to this regularly scheduled board meeting. If you're able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call.
Thank you. President Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Vice President James Forsyth,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg,
Here.
and Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, and we do have one amendment to the agenda where a conference item 15D1 will be moved to the top of the conference section. And next to the superintendent report.
No reports other than good news that summer school is off to a good start. Started yesterday. I made my first visit to Ventura High School today, and it's calm and smooth sailing so far. I want to thank our administrators, teachers, and all of our classified staff that are manning the schools because it's so necessary. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share.
Any correspondence?
No correspondence.
Any general, we do have a general public comment?
We have two. Good evening. You will have 3 minutes to speak this evening unless you're speaking on multiple items, and we've already discussed time. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, and during district meetings and events. Please remember we have students who attend our meetings and or watch online, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated and there's no need to touch it, just speak right on into it. I'll bring up Our first speaker is Charles Folks, followed by Deborah Meyer-Morris.
Sincerely for your hard work, dedication, and partnership in helping resolve the field usage matters. I was born and raised in Ventura. I played Ventura Packers, as did my dad, as do my sons, and I followed in my dad's footsteps as a coach. Ventura Packers has been in the community for 58 years, making us the longest standing sports youth organization in Ventura County. In 1967, the Ventura Orange Packing Plant donated funds to help establish the Packers, which is why we wear black and orange and why we honor that history and legacy. This year we're serving 314 boys and girls ages 6 to 14 years old, and approximately 3/4 of them are part of Ventura Unified School District. Our program is 100% volunteer ran. While some nonprofits pay coaches or staff, we do not. We do it strictly for the love of the kids. As of now, we are the only tackle football organization in the city, and we are the only sideline cheer program that offers girls opportunity to cheer at live football games. Other sports like soccer, basketball, baseball, and even competition cheer have multiple club and recreational options. We do not. That's why access to these district fields are so crucial for us. This year, being able to use Ventura High School is going to be a huge benefit, and I want to specifically thank Principal Rodriguez for welcoming us to Cougar Country. I'd also like to recognize Coach Garcia for his support and guidance in these matters. I want to personally thank Kim and Mr. Peterson for taking the time to walk me through the process to help me better understand how field decisions are made. Thank you to Dr. Mirza, is that right? Oh, Hassan, okay. As well for working with me, helping accommodate to our requests while keeping lines of communication open and productive. As someone who's been a lifelong student at Ventura Unified, I have a deep love for the city. I believe this is the best place to live, raise a family, and your support reaffirms those beliefs. At the end of the day, everything we do for these young athletes, everything we do is for these young athletes, and they are our future. and a world that often feels full of negativity. Thank you for reminding them and all of us that there are still people who care. Thank you again for your time and support, and I will look forward to continuing to work with you as well. Thank you.
Next up is Deborah Meyer-Morris, who has several comments this evening, so she is going to take 2 minutes for this public comment.
Hi, I'm Deborah Meyer-Morris, as you all know. Tonight I wanted to talk about the FCMAT, which seems to be on a summer vacation for a long time, and I'm wondering when that will be coming back. We still need to address the disproportionality, the least restrictive environments, getting equity for our disabled students. And now that we have the co-eds thing later in the agenda, which I'll be talking about, and some other recent developments, it's really becoming urgent. Also, I want to talk about this new lawsuit that was just filed against Ventura Unified School District by Juana Anselmo, an 18-year employee of the school district. This is a verified complaint, and for those of you who are not lawyers, that means that she swore to this under the penalty of perjury, that everything in here is true. Now, Ms. Anselmo alleges that she's a whistleblower and that she was whistleblowing on the fact that students at the EIC and Jumpstart program are not being integrated, which is a violation of the LRE. She claims that when she brought this to the attention of the district office, someone emailed her saying, "Keep a holding pattern for now. Please keep children separate on the playground until this can be worked out. I understand the legal requirements." Needless to say, they didn't provide sufficient staffing, and she wasn't able to integrate the kids with IEPs and special ed preschool with the regular mainstream kids. And always, as we want to recall, they're mainstream regular kids first, general education first. So that did not happen. Unfortunately, this lady claimed that she was wrongfully terminated, and they actually wrote her up for failing to commingle the kids after they told her to put them in a holding pattern and never provided enough staff. So that's all coming your way if you haven't heard about it yet. Very sad development.
That's all the public comment for now.
Okay, our first action item is College and Career Access Pathways Agreement Renewal with Ventura College, first read.
Yeah, thank you very much, President Peterson. This is the should be the annual renewal, and we haven't always renewed it annually, but we are renewing it this year. This allows for our students at El Camino High School and Foothill High School and Pacific High School to take dual enrollment courses exclusively for high school students on their campus or at Ventura College. So we have students taking dual enrollment courses all the time on an independent study basis, but these are specifically designed courses by Ventura College for these schools. So pleased to bring this for you for consideration. Happy to answer questions that you might have.
Questions?
No questions specifically on this, but how are we doing on dual enrollment otherwise? Any progress?
Well, our dual enrollment rates are ever increasing. And I've presented on this in the past that not only are our dual enrollment rates across the district increasing, but also the student gaps between student groups taking dual enrollment are decreasing. So those are all really positive developments, and we are always looking for ways to increase the CCAP kinds of dual enrollment, which is where those classes are on our campuses during the school day. So appreciate working with Ventura College. Thanks to Deidre Menars for all of her collaboration with Ventura College to increase those opportunities.
And it says general fund funding source. What does it cost us?
I'm sorry?
It says it comes from the general fund. What does it cost us to have it?
Well, there are no specific, there are different ways that CCAP dual enrollment courses happen. If the students are taking it on our campuses and Ventura College or any college is providing the instructor, it's just a part of the school day. There's no additional cost. There might be some nominal costs related to student materials like textbooks, et cetera. But they pay for their staff when their staff is teaching. We pay for our staff if ever we enter into a facilitation model or a collaboration model where we have our staff in the room and their staff in the room. So there's no additional costs.
Any other questions?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is for request for consideration of new course, broadcast journalism.
Thank you once again, President Peterson. This is essentially a renaming of an existing course. So we had a course last year at Buena High School, events planning and management, and it really morphed into more about broadcast journalism. So we're essentially renaming it. It's not an introduction of a new course. It's essentially the renaming of an existing course. It doesn't represent new costs. This course will be offered as a part of their base staffing allocation within their master schedule per student teacher ratio. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on this one as well. Thank you for your consideration.
No questions on renaming?
Move
Well-
approval. Oh,
Sorry, I'm just, it seems like a kind of a departure from sports and event planning to broadcast journalism. So there was no content change?
Well, the events management was about organizing events on campus to promote the campus, to promote unity and community on campus. And the Buena Today journalism, or the Buena Today video, once a week video program that they have, that really became the central focus of that class. So it really became about broadcast journalism. So they're changing it to better fit what the class essentially had morphed into mid-year last year.
And since we have similar programs at other high schools, because when we approved this, it was only going to be at Buena because it was kind of semi-unique. What you're describing now seems very similar to what we have at other campuses. So will it be offered at other campuses?
It always can be, yes. So anytime the board approves a course, it is approved for the entire district. But most oftentimes, when an elective course is approved or submitted to us for consideration, it's being piloted and shepherded by one specific high school or middle school, and then it gets picked up by other schools that see it as a good fit.
move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next under Human Resources, approval of provisional interim permits and waivers.
Okay, good evening, President Peterson and Board of Trustees. For the 25-26 school year, Ventura Unified has several assignment areas where we are not able to find fully credentialed candidates to fill our openings. To help meet our employment needs, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing has several alternative assignment options school districts can use to fill the assignments with qualified personnel that may not have completed all of their credentialing requirements. Attached to the agenda are the candidates that Ventura Unified will be employing to fill vacant assignments under waiver authorizations, detailing the area that needs to be waived. And so the board approval of the attached waivers is requested this evening.
Okay, any questions about this?
I had one question. It has a credential type listed. Is that the credential they're seeking to achieve that they're getting the waiver for, or is that a credential they do have and they're seeking something beyond that?
I believe that's a requirement, and the waiver would be for that particular credential.
Yeah, so the way the attachment reads is the credential type is required for that assignment, and then the waiver is what allows them to operate without that.
But it would be something that they're in the process of.
In the process
Okay.
of acquiring, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And next, we're on to request for approval of contracts exceeding $25,000. Question? Yes.
Okay. I did have a question about like the McGraw Hill for 177,000. I understand that is just a renewal for 1 year of the software that we've already been using. I was just wondering if I could get a little more detail on what type of software is that? Is that like?
Yeah, that's our core ELA secondary 6 through 12 software. So that's StudySync, and StudySync is our core materials. It provides it's primarily digital based, but it has student consumables as well. So it is students that are in our grade level classes, even our honors classes in high school, GATE classes, et cetera, in middle school, they all use StudySync as their core ELA curriculum.
So it's not just like teacher ancillary pieces, it's actually students
It's actually
engaged with this
student
as well?
licenses, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know where we are in our adoption for ELA?
Well, we have not initiated that process, so we would have to start the pilot process and do all the community outreach that's required. So we have not initiated that because we're primarily putting math ahead of English because there's a newer framework adoption for math. So that's something that we're considering to start next year as a review of materials and a pilot for a potential adoption of math, secondary math in 2026-27. So it would most likely be after that.
So we should anticipate seeing this for the next couple of years going forward?
That's what I would anticipate, at least 2 years, yes.
Thank you.
And I just want to double check that the $255 for YMCA is for our kids to go to the YMCA on the shorter days, like on Friday, I believe. Is that what that is, to use the access?
Only a part of that is the access to YMCA at the end of the day for Anna Kappa. The majority of this contract is for staffing that YMCA serves as our vendor partner for TK and K ELOP services.
Is there any more questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is award of contract C16 through 26 for J. Sarah portable restroom retrofit.
Yeah, board, do you have any additional questions? The bid open, JZV setup was the lowest bidder at $149,500, and this is to retrofit the J. Sarah portable restroom. We do have pictures available if you'd like to see the current condition, but essentially we're looking at significant dry rot to exterior walls, subfloor rotted through, foundation is settled, just dry rot.
Yeah. My concern is that it's significantly less than the other two bids. Yeah. Can we address that at all? I mean, do we know that they can come through for us?
Well, if Terry,
Yeah,
well, let
Terry.
Terry come up.
Yeah, that's a big number this time.
And while she's coming up, again, we have the protocol that photos are available for these sorts of things. Not because I necessarily need to see the bathroom, but I think for the public's interest, like there should be photos attached to these
We
things.
did. So if what we weren't able to do was to have those ready for the agenda adoption, but we do have them ready for display for exactly that reason. Thank you very much. And Terry, thank you for getting these photos to us. I appreciate that.
This is their bread and butter. So they do portable rehabs
That's their full business. The other two contractors are bigger general contractors. They're also very busy and doing a lot of our work, actually. We were looking at piecemealing this together on our own, using different contractors, and we came to this amount, and that's when we realized we had to put it out to bid. So it was in line with what we thought the cost was going to come in at.
Thank you.
You know, I would kind of request a conversation with these companies because it's kind of insulting to me that we use them on other jobs and we pay them, and then if it's something that they're busy, they inflate the cost on purpose just to see if we bite at it. And like, that's not a relationship. You know, that's not a relationship you have with another company that says it can be done for $149,000, but because I already have a lot of work, I'm gonna charge you $349,000 when we're the reason for your work. Like, to me, that doesn't make sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I understand that, and sometimes we take that into consideration. Again, this company, GZV, this is all that they do. They don't do larger projects. So their overhead is different. They're actually going to take the portable off-site and take it to their plant to rehab it. So that probably has significantly less cost as well. Okay.
I just wanted to thank staff for the clarification prior to the meeting about the term portable restroom. Had a connotation to me that perhaps it was just there temporarily while we were doing construction or something, but I appreciate you clarifying, and yeah, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
I'll say. Rock, paper, scissors? I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is the adoption of resolution number 25 through 18, authorizing finding the installation of solar panels.
I'll move approval.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Sorry. Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, as mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to be moving 15D1 up, and that is going to be audio enhancement VUSD presentation.
Sorry, just on that one, there wasn't an action thing, so that doesn't matter.
Oh, on the agenda, it's missing the action lane. Thank you.
Yeah, I see that now. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. I'm here to present Audio Enhancement and Mr. Bocage from Audio Enhancement to present their system capabilities to address potential communication solutions for VUSD schools. Staff will seek board direction to whether this communication solution and associated costs should be incorporated into the bond implementation plan and presented to the board for a future meeting. So I introduce you to Mr. Bocage.
Thank you. And before we get started, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for the public. At our last meeting, we had a comprehensive safety update. And as one element of that, we also had a bond project implementation update. We had said at the time that we weren't yet prepared to talk about the integration of both these types of safety updates within the overall bond implementation plan. So this is coming to you as a conference item to seek additional input as to whether or not staff should dedicate more time to going into what this could look like in our district. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, board and trustees. Thank you for having me today. It was very nice to meet with some of you earlier today. I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of the personnel in the district office while we've installed a proof of concept classroom in the IT conference room. And so I don't know if it's just a special place, the weather's perfect here, the food is generally good, but everyone's super nice, and so we really enjoyed our time here. Not only is the location beautiful, but all the pillars that the district stands for, as indicated on your website, go hand in hand with audio enhancement as a company. On the next slide, I'll kind of talk a little bit about audio enhancement as a company, but things that stood out to me on the pillars that were on your website were safe, healthy, and positive learning environments, engaging settings that stimulate curiosity and empower students to have a voice in their learning, and consistent, enthusiastic, and unwavering encouragement to each and every child. So audio enhancement as a company, it was founded over about 50 years ago, 48 years ago. We are strictly a K-12 company. So we are in all 50 states. We've been deployed in over 1.2 million classrooms. The story of audio enhancement is founded, or it's rooted in compassion for all students. Our founder, Claudia Anderson, who's in the middle picture here, 2 of her sons were born profoundly deaf. And in the late 70s, there was not a solution for students that were profoundly deaf to participate in regular ed classrooms. So Claudia engineered a solution that allowed her boys to participate in normal classroom. That solution, which we've seen still in different iterations today, was not only impactful for her boys, but the entire classroom. So 50 years later, that audio enhancement solution has evolved into the 21st century cross-platform, cross-district communication. And so it's every solution that we've engineered was created and brought to us by different districts over this time, and you'll see that throughout these slides. So in California alone, we have quite a few customers, some for over 10 or 20 years, starting with our voice amplification system. And in the current status, we have many districts that are deploying not only the intercom paging and bells solution, but as well as our wearable, as well as fixed safety solutions. The EPIC system is the 21st century communication platform. It stands for Education, Paging, and Intercom Communication, but it has evolved into so many more things. In a nutshell, three solutions are encompassed into one, starting with the enriching the classroom experience. So every teacher has a microphone. Every classroom has speakers in the ceiling, as well as a networked amplifier. That networked amplifier is a receiver for the microphone, and also built into that microphone is a duress button, which was demonstrated for you guys today. In a 21st century classroom or campus, there are needs that every classroom needs to be able to page into specifically. There should be two-way communication. That's not only for safety, but as far as effectiveness. So, sorry, there's some motion graphics, but these are the standstill slides, which is great too. So, but the intercom, again, two-way intercom into specific areas. Paging is also extremely important, whether it's during an emergency or just day-to-day. Paging and communication across a campus, it truly affects the culture. What you've seen in some of our videos, with this, we play music before school, during school, passing periods. We joked around today about some of the bells being some of the students' favorite songs. This is not only, we do not have to make these schools so, obviously we need to move people in a functional manner, but you can build culture and excitement into your schools every day. And that comes with solutions like this. On top of that, it's the upkeep. Instead of having to send a repair or maintenance guy to a specific school, this is software defined. And so from the district office, you're going to be able to remote manage, reboot things, and save hundreds and thousands of dollars over an entire school year just off your maintenance and labor alone. So you're building in efficiencies into these archaic systems that traditionally, if you needed to change a bell schedule, which is the next slide for us, traditionally it was you would have to call a specific company. They would have to come out. It could take hours, could take days. There was usually one guy that could do it, and you were at the mercy of how long it took. Now, in the 21st century, again, a principal is able to change the bell schedule from her phone. She's able to he or she is able to make announcements right from the go. again, everything is being software defined. If there's an event that happens during the day, which again is oftentimes does, from an app, we're going to be able to, you're able to change the bell schedule for that entire day. So again, it's extremely user-friendly. The kiosk that you're seeing in front of you sits at the front office. And I'll go back to this slide. You have an entire map of the school. Throughout this map, each and every room is selectable. We have zones that we predefine the zones. We work with the district. And so, also we joke today is that throughout the summer, neighbors of your school, they get to hear the bells all day, every day currently, but we know that's an inefficient manner. The schools don't need to have their bells ringing on the outside during the summer. Small example of how understanding the community that you live in can be impacted by the infrastructure that is within the schools. In every single classroom, again, at our root mission is empowering teachers and engaging students. So the way we've accomplished that is a sound field system. It is one of the only scientifically proven ways to effectively increase engagement with students. This has been documented for decades. And so, again, what started as a simple solution for a mother's 2 hearing impaired boys has revolutionized the way kids are learning. It's up to 25% effective or engagement increase. And again, the benefits go on and on. But another thing we talked about was teachers that have to project their voice day in and day out. Not only at the end of the day are they exhausted and fatigued, but over time that can cause medical issues. And so that strain is now relieved from them. So not only you're gaining your students, your teachers are better off day in and day out, but we're using that same infrastructure to also, again, spread the message of the communications, the bell system, the PA, the intercom. One of the biggest parts of this is the student engagement. So I feel very special to be talking to you on a microphone this evening. Students are the same way. When you put a microphone in some of these young kids' hands, that's the only time they feel powerful. The talking stick, which we all kind of know of, is a real thing. But so having a microphone for the students specifically is incredible. Not only are they going to feel that they can actually have a voice, and that's and that was one of the principles in your core pillars, was giving a student a voice. This is literally giving students a voice.
Can you go back real quick? Can you explain the 2 mics just real quick? I know that's an interesting one, the ball.
Yeah.
I want to find a little bit more about it.
Absolutely. So we have a handheld mic, as well as we call it this Mic 360. It's a squishy ball mic. So we do have, specifically for students that are special ed, again, just holding the ball, being able to pass it around, they speak directly into that microphone. And I can't tell you how excited it is when they hear their own voice, you see the excitement. And again, so multiple form factors of microphones. Thank you. So going back to the teacher mic, is in this class you'll see around her neck. So it's a lanyard microphone. The microphone has been engineered so that it doesn't strain on the neck. It's lightweight. It's sleek. Has multifunctional purposes. So directly from the microphone, a teacher will be able to intercom to the front office, and very much so importantly is to signal a safe alert. So a safe alert is actually a silent alert for education. We love our acronyms. But so by holding the side buttons for 3 seconds, what typically the amplifier would have just green lights. Once they hold those buttons, the lights go red, indicated that they have successfully triggered an alert to the front office. Once that happens, the front office kiosk that you saw earlier, which is still already being used for your PA and intercom system, is going to now be an alert destination. And so the kiosk rings, it notifies that there's a trouble in a specific room. Once that alert is acknowledged, the amplifier would then show a green light, a red light, and a green light, indicating to that teacher that their alert has been successfully received, and at that same time, the front office can page directly into that room. There is a privacy tone so that the teacher knows that they are now listening. And depending on the district's policies, they either silently listen or they engage, depending on the needs. So this is actually going to show it. I didn't know if we were going to show it or not. So again, the front office would acknowledge on that same map, and then your lights would go green, red, green. So on top of the amplifier, we also have a touchpad that's on the wall. And through that touchpad, there's lockdown confirmation. It's all-encompassing platform. This is integrated with your Promethean panels that were existing investments by the district. It's going to integrate with your fire alarm as security cameras are brought into the fold, as well as vape sensors and other third-party IP communication efforts. That is all going to be merged with our platform. This is from a Downey safety and security showcase that was heavily featured around our safe system. This was put on by the district themselves. Some of your representatives from the technology department came to it and got to learn specifically from them. In the bottom left corner, you can see that we have active engagement with the fire department, the Downey Fire Department, as well as the Downey Police Department, the district office. Downey was actually the ones that brought to us about 7 years ago the idea to not only have a centralized focus on every campus to be able to see it, but from the district level as well. So there is very much so a need for at times to be able to communicate to multiple campuses at once. And that's what our district view platform is there for. So
can we go back one slide real quick?
Yes, sir.
So this panel here, is this where someone has to, is there another microphone on? Or is my voice just that powerful? Oh, okay. So is this someone has to be at the screen at the whole time the system is active, or is there a portable one where it would be on the phone instead of someone sitting there the whole time?
Great question. So that is a stationary kiosk, but that interface is available on any web portal. So on a computer, so many times we see it in a security operations center up on the TV existing. It could be accessible by any of the principals' laptops or desktop. So it's very mobile, but yet we do have a dedicated spot that is.
Well, is it mobile because you have a mobile laptop, or is it mobile because it can be done like on an Android or Apple phone?
Yeah, so both. So it is viewable from a mobile device or, yeah. She's trying to answer for me. So both. It is meant to be stationary at the front office because it's used for intercom and paging to call students to the front office or to make announcements. But it is very much so also available on mobile devices. Another kind of piece of it that you'll see is in the middle, the bottom image this is tied into text messages and email alerts. And so that ring group specifically can be set to the SRO, the principals, any type of response team that the district decides on. And again, that could be sent to 2 people, it could be sent to 10 people. There's not really a limit on how far we can express that. And again, all of these systems tie directly into your, if access control down the line is something that the district looks into, when a school goes into lockdown, that system is telling whatever access control system to lock doors or unlock doors. So it's really a system of protocols that go into effect once something is triggered. And so again, in the photos, you're going to see during an emergency, but day in and day out, you have teachers that are wearing these lanyard microphones because it empowers them in their everyday life, which there's many solutions that might be purpose built to do an emergency notification, but if those aren't being used day in and day out, there doesn't become a culture around wearing it and empowering that teacher daily, and that's where the multifunctional use of it really is key. On the next slide, you'll see that, again, we are already having discussions with integrating with the phone system. again, security systems, vape sensors if they come along. But really, the whole intent of this is to future-proof into whatever the district decides on in the coming years. What's really phenomenal about our system is we are a one-time fee. Once the district decides on it, there's no, hey, every year you have to carve out $200,000 or so on. This is a one-time purchase that we work with you. We support the solution for life. And there are, on most of the system, it's a 7-year warranty on the physical products. So you're really future-proofed as far as the equipment is concerned, and then we're going to support you for life. What we truly believe in is in professional development and building out policies. It's one thing to have all of the pieces and equipment in place, but it's a whole other thing is when your teachers buy into it, your front office staff buys into it, and your district staff buys into it. And so we have a robust team that specifically works with district personnel. We have a robust team that works specifically with the front office, security, as well as the teachers. And so we're based out of Salt Lake City, so not too far. They would happily, again, visit Ventura, California. And so I've already heard it from them. So there's many volunteers that would be out here often to support you guys. And again, one-time fees, a lot of, in talking with the bond team is, there are a lot of old systems in the district. This was one of the, in Ventura County, by numbers, VUSD has not been modernized on most of their schools. And so this is a great opportunity to not only, again, improve a paging and intercom system, but get the safety systems that are going to impact lives. This is going to save not just minutes, but it could save lives, and we've seen that in other districts. So again, tangible benefits, your 21st century integrated communication systems. This is immediate support for teachers and staff, state-of-the-art student engagement, robust functionality for not only your site, but your district administration, safety measures that, again, this can be as detailed-oriented as you would want. If a safe alert just goes to the SRO, but a lockdown goes to your entire board, very much so, plausible. And we are meant to supplement existing investments. And again, it's built for continuous innovation. We've been around for 50 years. We want to be around for another 50 years. Lord knows what it's going to look like in 50 years, but that's the mission, is to continue empowering schools and just making education the forefront of future generations. So would happily take questions.
Well, this is probably more for staff than for you. Have we done any work with our staff in preparation for this, or is this just something we're looking at down here at this point in time?
At this point in time, it's for your consideration. We haven't engaged with much staff.
Yeah, Ryan, he's absolutely accurate.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of footwork getting to this point from key staff members. I don't know if Thomas is here. Yeah. So Thomas, I want to thank Thomas for all the input. If you have questions about, they mentioned like the integration with phone technology, Thomas can talk a little bit. He could easily go beyond the scope of this presentation, but there is an integration element there. Ryan is really critical in terms of that integration with the bond implementation plan. And just as a reminder to the board, the reason we're bringing this forward as a conference item is we would just be seeking consensus for us to direct, basically for me, to then work with Ryan and others to bring back an amended bond implementation plan over the next couple of years for your consideration, that you could look at a couple of different scenarios for what the implementation plan could look like if we were to implement this technology. There are other technologies that are already being implemented. We talked about alarm systems, cameras, and phones. Those are going to happen regardless. This would just be something that is integrated as an additional safety issue, because as the board heard from VPD, of their top 3, communications is in their top 3, and that is one of the areas where we have been seeking solutions. I don't know, Maria's on vacation. Maria Las Heras and Vicky have been really critical in terms of also looking at others, solutions along those lenses for at least the last year and a half. So that's the footwork that got us here.
Well, I think it sounds great. I just think we need to make sure we have some staff input before we put too much other work into it. I mean, we need to know if staff is really going to use this before we invest money in it.
We agree, and that's why this is I would say the earliest of the early stages. We agree completely.
I would just give you a little staff feedback from my perspective. I've had a couple of hearing impaired students, and not this system. This is way slicker than what I had in my classroom. But I also found one of the issues that we had discussed in the presentation earlier in the day was how not just hearing impaired students benefit from this. And I've seen in my own classroom how the tower might be centrally located to a student with a hearing impairment. However, all of the students benefit. There are times during the day when we go to lunch, we come back, and I sit down to read or to talk about something, and they're like, "Oh, don't forget your mic, don't forget your mic," because I put it on the charger maybe. Right. So it's really fabulous from that perspective. However, I have to say the most interesting part for me is how we can use it for the safety aspects as well. I think of times in the classroom when maybe there's a student emergency, and if you are attending to the student, you can't run to the phone. Right. And even if you have your cell phone on you, you can't take your hands perhaps off of a student who you need to assist. And being able to have that audio of just being able to hold for a couple seconds and have the full room being able to talk directly to staff without leaving the side of a student in need, that's very powerful, as well as the ability for, in case of emergency, to be able to work with fire and the police department and things. I mean, there's a myriad of things that I think could be an incredible benefit. My only hesitation would be later on in the agenda, we're also going to have a discussion about potential for consolidating schools. And I would want for us to get a head start if that was something that the board was interested in. I would not want to commit the time and money into something like this for all of our properties if it's not something that we will be using for long term.
I was curious. I think your system's fantastic, but there are layers to it. Clearly, it's very expensive. I'm sure it's not the first time you hear that. Is there the ability to kind of start with a base system, and then without having to add new equipment later, roll those extra things in, and then what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So many of these pieces are kind of stacking on top of each other. So basically, once the amplifier that is networked, when you have an IP endpoint per room, you now have the ability to have a map of your campus, and that's as well as the common zone areas. And so once you have your map of a campus, you're really able to just from there stack. So the integrated clocks, that is a piece that could come later. If the existing clocks works, and we also discussed lots of times they don't, but if they are working, then that could be a piece that comes later. But when you do have the backbone, it's the infrastructure is minimal. There's a server in the MDF that is connected to a UPS, but once you have that and you have your networked amplifiers in each classroom, from there really it's just a function of scaling up. And we've discussed in certain classrooms you're not going to need a touch panel or potentially 4 speakers. In smaller classrooms we'll go down to 2 or 1. And so we really look at a campus and work backwards based off the budget that is necessary, and we try to get as much bang for our buck in those areas.
The other question I had is, the sample pricing only lists classrooms. So are you essentially using those as access points for the term classroom, or are you making this estimate on cost based on a 30 classroom elementary school that also has a cafeteria, bathrooms, all those things. So those things would be included as well. They're not part of the 30.
Absolutely. There will be something that says zones there, and so some of them are like one zone that's pretty typical is an external zone. As buildings, you have, it's a 70-volt line of speakers, and so we look at the zones. Cafeterias are typically their own zone, and so yes, ma'am. There are, you're looking at those numbers. That would be all in, and again, that's definitely budgetary rough numbers. Really, part of the process is looking and walking each school site and digging in specifically. And any existing infrastructure that we can use, we will reuse. Lots of times that, when you test these speakers, if they are 30 years old, sometimes it is just worth the money to replace it, because there's no sense in putting, a smart head in if the endpoints are, a rat has chewed through the rest of the line or so on. But yeah, there's a whole lot of almost investigatory research that's done on each campus to really work backwards, and then we can absolutely phase it out that in the way it makes sense.
Final question is, what's the time frame required to go from signing a contract to now you have a system fully functional at the school?
Yeah, so we work with technology departments, and we get IP information for the rooms, and we make sure that is available. We pre-program a lot of these things in our Salt Lake City office, and so it's a function of just cohesiveness between us and the district and building that partnership. So if there's, sometimes districts are slow to provide certain information and think through protocols and things like that. But really, it's a function of, as soon as we get this IP information, we manufacture most of our own supplies and build it and program it ourselves. And so we typically have, from a PO to when we're ready to ship gear, it's anywhere between 45 days and 60 days. And that's to process orders, to receive information, to program it, to get it packed, palletized, and ready to ship. And then from there, it's a function of backdating that to when we can get crews assembled. Right now, it's a crazy time period, but basically after the summer ends and a lot of summer projects finish, crews are readily available. So it's really a function of when you would like to get moving, and we can assemble a team to get going. Thank you.
A couple questions, but I appreciate your demonstration earlier today. It was very impressive. It was, as a teacher, my mind goes right to the lockdown and response time. It seems like there's a very, with the communication aspect with the district, saving seconds is really saving lives. So I do appreciate that part. My question now is to staff. When we go through a process like this, don't we usually typically have to do a bid for another company, or how does that work with the bond money?
Yeah, we could utilize a piggyback procurement, which is CMAS or Omni, and that will include installation of this system. There's certain thresholds we need to meet. I believe it's less than 10% of the contract value has to be installation, but that's the beauty of using piggyback system is other municipalities have vetted their contracts, and we just piggyback on top of it. We did this as well with the cameras.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So my question was let me go to the questions here first. Can you go back to the price slide? And so do we know how many classrooms we actually have? Because we have, 27 schools, and even if it was 20 classrooms per school, that'd be 540. And for 100 classrooms is 1.6. I was just trying to look at the rough number here. And the cameras that we're doing, do they have income capability? Because some cameras actually have speakers where it would actually have.
No, what this system will do is the cameras will integrate with the Epic system or the audio enhancement system is if a teacher triggers an alarm, the camera will be activated that's closest to that classroom,
Well, I'm talking about the intercom aspect because, you know, we're talking about safety, we're talking about communication.
Right,
And the
okay.
biggest communication thing is being able to talk to the whole campus. And my question was, the cameras that we're looking at, do they have an intercom process at all?
No, they don't, no. In common areas, we would need to install speakers as well if there's not any there.
Okay, thank you.
I had actually one more question about the zones. What about for like high school theaters? Do any of the districts you've worked with use like these speakers? Do they work with theater mics, or do you have your own, your own setup for that?
Typically, if it's going to be a professional audio system, those are pretty much purpose-built. And so we try to stay in our lane in that area, and because those are very complex systems, and so we know what we're good at, and we really focus in on all the so yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
So what I would like to see if we do get consensus to go forward is kind of like a staging package, right? Where you have a basic, because I mean, we know we're looking at being able to communicate through the whole campus, right? So that would be our foundation. And saying at a minimum, we would start with this, and then we say going forward, what would those three, good, better, best type of packaging would look like?
I would add, I'd like to have some staff try the speakers, at least for the audio component in classrooms, to see how that's received.
Could we do that with like a test run with like a Bluetooth speaker so that they can wear the hardware, and so we wouldn't have to put something in the ceiling, but connect that hardware to like a Bluetooth speaker that would be in the classroom so that they can see how?
We have essentially the system set up in the IT conference room right now.
Well, yeah, but we would want a teacher to use it to see if it's something, that they would use on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
So what we could do, I'm going to put your two responses and questions together. What we could do is actually invite, since we have teachers coming here frequently, we could invite them to test out the technology, because essentially we have like a demonstration classroom, if you would.
Yeah, but I'm saying like day to day, like actually in a active classroom, a teacher wearing it and using it. Is there a way of not having to hardwire a speaker that you can hook that up to just a speaker in the classroom so it'd be more portable, where we could test it at this school, move it to another school, and let another teacher test it to see if, if they're comfortable wearing it and how they feel about it?
Sure, we'll work with Tony on a solution for that.
Yep. We do have a modular system that could easily do that. And then we also have for blacktops and other areas, we do have like a more ruggedized one. So definitely we can make that happen.
I would also like to see, if possible, not just teachers, but how the office managers are going to respond to having to control or look at the monitor and deal with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we would also welcome bringing staff over to one of our districts. The Downey Showcase event was, we had done that, and we brought other districts to it, and they're very happy to do that, and so we can really do anything that you guys would prefer.
And it seems like the front-end staff would need to be trained. Is it a short training period? Is it a one-time thing typically? What is your training for there?
Yeah, so we have on-demand training videos, but we typically train staff at the beginning before school starts. We can do a virtual training or hands-on. I prefer hands-on, being in there with them, showing them how to touch it, feel it. But yeah, ongoing. We have ongoing webinars. Our training staff is there to support. This is what people get excited about. We live and breathe it, and so we want them to really digest and understand and even think through new things that they want to try and do, and bring that to us, and then we work with them. So it's really a partnership that goes on from when the relationship starts, for keeps going.
So what type of consensus do we have? Is it to just go look for the next level for pricing? Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Board.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next section is the budget study session. What? Oh, why did I miss that? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. We admitted the. I was going in order. All right, school consolidation process.
Thank you. And since my monitor isn't working, Marianne will do that for me. Months ago, the board had asked for just a broad overview in anticipation. This came up in the previous item. We know that in the years ahead, we will be continuing to experience declining enrollment. So the intention of today's presentation is not in any way to identify schools for closure. It is to provide the conditions under which not just the board, but the community would go through a determination process that is very, very broad and very consequential. We just talked about a couple of things that would impact, for example, the bonds. So with that, I want to start with the broadest issue, which is, go ahead into the next few slides. These are trends that the board is very aware of, but I never want to miss an opportunity to educate our public because I know myself, when I'm in the community, I'm sure we've had conversations as with the board. There are still a lot of misconceptions as to why our schools, not just Ventura Unified, but in general, are experiencing declining enrollment. So this graph is just is intended to indicate just the rate, the immensity of the issue. And so this is the Public Policy Institute of California, the PPIC. So that's what that logo is. This is one of the very reputable research organizations in the state on this issue. So you'll see several slides that are giving credit to the PPIC. Again, this is intended to show that California is in a trend that is by and large affecting them larger than some of the most significant size states in the country.
Is that the top line? Is that Florida? I can't tell the color.
That top line looks like it would be Florida, yes.
Have they looked at it like, are people leaving these that are declining to Florida? Or there's no correlation?
There could be a couple of things. I didn't look into that, but it could be they have a net migration. It could be birth rates. It could be the fact that the median age. We'll get into birth rates on the next slide. They're probably the same reverse factors that are hurting us that are helping them. So like, for example, it was one of the slides I didn't include, but when I referenced one of our regional reports, the State of the Region report, one of those slides indicates that our median age in Ventura County continues to rise. And so there's that inverse relationship that the older we get as a community, the more significant our birth rates drop. So I'm sure it's all of those things, which we were just talking about, so I don't want to spend too much time on here as well, but our fertility rates as defined by the PPIC, which here I just want to take the time to read how they come to this term. So the total fertility rate, the TFR, represents the average number of children per woman the current group of mothers would bear if they had children at the age specified or specific period there. So the key takeaway here is, as you look at that graph, the trend is just going lower. We're not increasing birth rates, we're declining in birth rates and fertility rates. The next slide, again, just globally, is designed going back to 2006 to note that we've had periods of time where our outmigration has been extreme. And if you just take a look between 2006 and 2021, the graph basically indicates that this outmigration has accelerated again since 2020 and has now exceeded the rate of outmigration that existed even in 2006. So these are conditions that not just obviously our school district, but that school districts across the county and the state should be anticipating. I referenced this study earlier. This is the 2023 State of the Region report. This report is completed within our county every 2 years. I'm working with one of the authors with the update. The new update is supposed to, just got an email today, should be ready in November. We're going to be inviting a member of this group to an event that we'll be having in the fall. All of that said, if you take a look at this is the Ventura County enrollment, you'll just see the same trend that you've seen in the previous slides. There is nothing on the horizon that indicates that we should be anticipating having more students in future years. That's the key takeaway.
And I know we referenced this prior, slides and stuff like that, but what is our declining enrollment yearly? And what are we projecting?
Yeah, so in the budget, we had projected about, I think, 250 loss, which could be more. It could be 300.
Year over year?
Year over year,
Yeah.
it's been approximately 300 students.
Yeah. And effectively, depending upon the study that you read, in Ventura County in particular, we will be losing since, 2025 now? Since 2010 to 2030, it was anticipated that we would lose somewhere around 20% of our overall student population. And then going forward, the anticipation is that we would be down from 2010, 30% overall. Yeah. Okay. So I appreciate just giving me that time for the background that kind of sets the table for why school consolidation. There's nothing on the horizon that shows that we are going to see a reverse in the trend of loss of enrollment. So some school districts take the opportunity. It's not one that they want, but it's one that they consider as the number of students that are attending each school continues to drop. So I want to thank Anthony. He'll assist in the latter portion of the agenda, but the California Department of Education, they have a department that manages school consolidation and school closures. They were very kind enough to sit with us to go through this process. I had come across their best practice guide, which is actually why I reached out to them. In the process of preparing today, I spoke with 3 superintendents, 2 from Northern California, 1 from Southern California, and then Anthony and I, based on a recommendation from a Southern California superintendent, there was a consultation group that had helped some other districts. We spoke with them. That was free of charge. They did not charge us. I wasn't going to pay. Didn't offer, but they did take the opportunity to walk us through. All of that is to say that the version of this presentation reflects a consolidation of a lot of documents and a lot of research and a lot of conversations about how districts would approach this. Anthony also had a couple of model districts. We have an abundance of documents that should, again, kind of cutting to the chase at the end of the presentation, should the board want staff to continue to look at this, we do have some really, really robust examples that were also validated by the California Department of Education staff as the model way to go about, to go through this process. So I don't want to spend too much time on here, but I do want to give the board and the community a sense of how big this school closure and school consolidation process is. So I'll start here, conditions of a school facility. We were talking about this earlier. We have some really old buildings. We are doing what we can to modernize them, but depending upon which school could be closed, it isn't just an issue of closure, it's an issue of which school accepts that new group of students, and do we have the right schools in the right locations to be able to do that across the district. The operating costs and associated savings, I want to spend a little bit more time. There's a separate slide on that, but it's not just on the personnel. There are transportation considerations. So as the board knows, we have policies related to transportation. That doesn't mean that those policies need to continue. They are the policies that we have. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that those would need to be the policies that go forward. I bring that up in this consideration because you can't have a informed conversation about school closure without revisiting all of the governance elements that guide the current decisions that we have. So even school of choice is another thing that would have to be brought up in that process too. So there are so many things. So I wanted to talk about what some of those operating costs are. Capacity to accommodate excess pupils, I've already referenced. Special programs. This relates to, are there schools, middle schools or high schools that already have specialized equipment that are so embedded in a particular school that the idea of moving that would mean one of two things. Either you're taking on extensive costs to move that to another program, or would the district consider losing such a specialized program because the costs are too prohibitive? So those are the kinds of special programs. Special education came up in that. I don't think that there are programs where we have such specialized equipment in one place that we can't move it. A good example of that is extended school year. We move our specialized equipment around, but those are the kinds of things that would be looked at. So specialized programs like that. Environmental factors, there are an array of environmental factors. I'll just bring up transportation is the most common. You would take potential walking communities and then maybe be in a place to have to transport them further. That's an example of an environmental factor that the board may want to consider. The balance of pupil demographics and disproportionality. I'll ask Anthony to touch on this on analysis that we don't believe that we need to do. However, in another document on another slide, when it was written for guidance, like how do boards go through this, that equity analysis and disproportionality analysis is one of their strongest recommendations, that you don't just do this without at least an awareness of what happens to students and which students attend which schools. I've already talked about transportation. The aesthetics on impact, that was a minor element. That would mean, for example, if we couldn't accommodate very easily with existing structures, you end up having to bring on more portables. That would be an example of that. And then, as I've already mentioned, an impact on feeder school attendance patterns. That could affect not just our traditional attendance patterns, but also school of choice. So that could affect those decisions. And then the rest of these are, for the most part, very self-explanatory. There are decision-making matrices that you plan from the very beginning, so that way people understand what are the guiding factors that the board determines. So as the community engages in a conversation, they have strong guidance. This came up in the previous item, the planned use for vacated facilities. We have an annual report. I want to thank Terry for reminding me on this classroom usage report. We revisit this on an annual basis, but this tool becomes even more important because one of the, I'm going to say, quote unquote, benefits of having declining enrollment is we have had more flexibility on our campuses. So that's great for being able to use our campuses in different ways. If the board were to go through this process and the community were to go through this process on multiple campuses, that really has an impact in the way that we're currently using school facilities. And then communication is obviously key. The implementation and transition, this on the CDE matrix slide, I'll talk a little bit more about this, but ultimately one of the key takeaways from this process and the learning from the schools that did this well, it was actually, I don't want to say it was surprising, but it was notable about how important it is. We think about this process as everything up to when the students start the new school. The CDE staff and the people that we reached out to actually talk about how important that process is in the preparation for them to start the school and all the associated activities that accompany that, in particular for that first year of when students and families are at a new school. So much so that one of the, I don't want to say a recommendation, but it was certainly something that was not uncommon, was even renaming a school because you've created a new community. And so one of the things that they talked about was making sure that if you have new students coming to a new school, you also have new students, or excuse me, prior students that are in a new way welcoming students into an existing school. Why not make it a new start for everyone? So again, not to say that that was a recommendation, but it was something that wasn't uncommon. And then moving through the disposition of surplus properties, the board has become very familiar with this process. I want to say this is actually probably a strength of where we are as a district. In the CDE template, you'll see an interchangeable utilization of the transition plan or the transition team and the 7-Eleven committee. Anthony and I are very clear that these would be two separate and distinct processes. But I wanted to highlight that because although we are already familiar with the processes of surplus property, another added element to this decision is what do we do with a school if we do close it? And that it would be a part of a very important deliberation before we, or not even necessarily before, but as we go through that process. Because as we've learned, utilizing surplus properties is complex, and so it needs to be a part of the overall conversation when we talk about school consolidation. And then this is where I'll ask Anthony to help me out. AB 1912, there's some new guidance on this, and so Anthony, if you would, please share.
So, and the good thing about it is that we're not subject to the new guidance because we are not a district under financial distress or fiscal distress. There's certain criteria that need to be met that is identified in the legislation. But what I would suggest is, and we mentioned it in a couple slides previous, is that there is an analysis with regard to diversity and impacts on the students of the schools that we are closing. And so what we should do is not necessarily follow all of the guidance, but we should incorporate that guidance and those metrics when and if it's decided to consider school closures or consolidations.
Okay. And moving along, I've referenced this chart. It's a timeline. Effectively, what I just wanted the community and the board to see is this is, it's a year-long process at a minimum. If everything goes well, everything is clear, the community understands, there's a constant back and forth between communication, this is the ideal plan that in no way does this happen in less than a school year. Okay, continuing along.
Sorry, real quick. What would be, when would the say, you know, we're looking at a third year, you know, a third year out, it's not looking too good. So when would the savings costs kick in if we were to follow this plan?
Yeah, really good question. I'll touch more on this on the slide where we look at the staffing reductions. Effectively, it's immediate when you are determining which staff go where. So that part is immediate. But there's also that residual as the board has learned about what if we hadn't made a determination about what happens with that property. And so then you start to take away all these other factors. So the staffing savings is immediate, but then we have to take into consideration, did we increase transportation costs? Did we increase maintenance and safety costs at a campus that's no longer there? Is there a potential for us to increase litigation costs because we didn't have a plan for that purpose, and there's another, a plan for that site, and another entity wants to potentially utilize that site. So the personnel savings are immediate, but then depending upon the rest of the other issues, there are these things that can nip away at whatever that initial personnel savings could be.
Just one more consideration is once you have a school closure or a consolidation is whether or not the community actually is in favor of it and would enroll or choose another option, which affects the revenue.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. And I'll just build on that a momentary. One of the things that, as good of the analysis that we would do, should the board want us to develop that, there is almost no way to determine which families will stay and which families will go. We can get a sense of that by giving them surveys. We can get a sense of that from the conversations. But ultimately, we know that whatever schools you attend, your child attends, is a very personal choice. And so we would only be able to have a best guess on that. Yeah. Which then leads to, okay, in all of these decisions about whether to close a school or not, then which ones and under what conditions. So these slides are from the Edunomics lab at Georgetown University. How do we go about that? So this is just presenting that there are lots of potential savings, but it looks different from different sites. So next slide. Wanted to take a moment that although intuitively we understand that the larger the school is, generally the more savings there is because of you have more staff. So that's intuitively, that's true. That's absolutely true. However, that savings, there is a tipping point as to when and under what conditions that saving actually materializes. And so what was important to note is that although you ultimately save more money closing bigger schools, smaller schools per pupil cost us more money to operate. And I think that was a really critical factor here in terms of, well, which schools do you close and under what conditions also has to do with how we staff the schools. So next slide. This is from Sonoma Valley School District. I wanted to pick a current report. So this was taken from their school consolidation report of 2024. And I pulled this out for a couple of reasons, but one of the main reasons I wanted to, and this is not a critique of them, it's just acknowledging that there must have been a reason that they represented the data this way. They included the cost of teachers as a potential in their cost analysis for total labor. However, we know that in general, the teachers follow the students. So that is one of the areas where you actually won't see this amount of savings. You will see savings around the edges of that, in portions of FTEs. But assuming that you had, I'm just going to make up a number, 30 teachers at one site, there's no way to continue to educate that number of students in another site and not take, I don't know, I would guess at least 20 to 25 of them. So we will not see this amount of savings. Also, I included these slides to look at the difference between an elementary school and a middle school. When you look at the grand totals at the bottom, they're only about $400,000 difference. And that again comes back down to how they're staffed. The other analysis is this is probably looking at the number of schools that were closed. This is probably the rosiest analysis of what the potential savings is. Anthony, if you could just share, you don't want to share the school district, but one of the lower ends that we saw was what, in the hundreds of thousands.
So one of the the analysis that we saw, and which was one of the model schools that CDE led us to, their closure of schools in elementary and middle and high school, while they had an estimate of about, I think it was like 800 and some thousand, the actual would be about closer to 300,000 because of the factors that we've just been talking about. So it was a conservative estimate, but it's what I've gathered from the analyses is that there are a lot of factors, and whatever the number is here, it's definitely going to be significantly less.
Could this just be the closure of the school itself with no other, taking anything else into consideration, where if the school was eliminated, that's what we would say, but then they probably put the other cost to the school they were going to. Like, this might be just a total savings of the school? Is that what this is representing?
Yes, that's correct. Yes. And that's why I picked this, because they did a really nice job of identifying effectively everyone that's there. What we don't know is, on the other side of that, exactly as you said, portions of these personnel costs are also absorbed in the next school. You're going to have more campus supervision. You're going to have probably some additional custodial if you're using more classrooms. You're going to have potentially more need for more food services personnel because you're serving more students. So that's exactly right. Thank you for asking it that way.
You also may need to build out additional classrooms at the new
exactly
school site.
Yeah. Okay, so then just to make this even more complex, and I apologize for the colors. I didn't want to change the way that this was represented in the study. So again, this is from the PPIC Institute, showing the difference between the blue on the left, the green in the middle, and the beige on the right is really hard between the blue and the green. So I'm just going to summarize the last line, that effectively what this was saying is that although many school districts are confronted with the probability that they need to close schools, many don't. And I'm sure they don't for a lot of reasons. So if you look at the last line where it shows an enrollment loss of 10% or more, you have somewhere around 30%-ish that do end up closing a school, which means that you're still looking at districts that about, in excess of 60% of districts choose not to. And there are a variety of reasons why they would choose not to. But I just wanted to also provide that some districts, despite confronting the same conditions that we have, don't. And they don't for a variety of reasons. So then going through the conversations and the literature, if we can go to the next slide, the number one alternative to school closure was staffing those schools differently. But there was a lot of engagement for the community when they came to this determination. It was, okay, community, we know we're, like, let's say we're down to 150 students at this school. We know that we could close the school and save X amount, let's just call it $400,000, or we could save that $400,000 or a fraction of that by staffing differently. And so this wasn't arbitrary. This was a level of engagement with the community where it was saying, we have these two things that we're considering, which is the least impactful to our community. And again, I want to share too that one of my conversations with a superintendent up north, those environments are very different. You have sometimes schools where that is the only place where the community convenes. So the idea of closing one of 3 elementary schools, it just becomes much more hard because the community is also potentially using those schools for other functions. I bring that up because that isn't something I talked about before, but that is also a consideration in our district. We know that our community, we heard from a gentleman earlier, expect and anticipate a lot of access and utilization of our schools. So that is something that, because we have so many schools, maybe wouldn't be a factor, but it is a factor in some districts. Go ahead.
Real quick. I know we're talking about school closure and an immediate action. Is there, Del Sol, for instance, is a new school with the Oxnard School District, or high school district. They're phasing in each grade. Is there a situation where you'd phase out? If I'm just saying that's a high school, but would there be a situation like that?
You could, yeah, you absolutely could do a phased out. I mean, I could go into, there would be a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to. But I think the biggest consideration would be working with the parent population, because you reach a point where, let's say K in first, you just reach a point where that K in first grade, by the time they're getting to 4th and 5th, they're the only ones on that campus. So maybe that phased implementation is you're still allowing K and 1 to matriculate up until maybe 3rd grade, and then by 3rd grade they're moving on. So that would probably be the biggest, that it stops feeling like a school at some point, and we would have to determine when does a school stop feeling like a school. Yeah. So I've already talked about the alternative staffing. I don't think I need to get into too much detail, but I did want to talk about the greater reliance on combo classes. We already do that. These what I would call like very undesirable combo classes. So we typically group certain grade levels together purposely. These would be where you're mixing, TKK and 1, you are mixing not just 4th and 5th, but maybe you had a small 3rd grade class, and sometimes you're doing 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It starts to feel like that small, that old schoolhouse feel. So I wanted to just share that we do combo classes. We do a very good job, I think, with those, but these are not the kinds of combo classes that we have. These would be much more complex. Okay, and then the last slide before the recommendations that we'll be seeking is just something I alluded to earlier. The PACE, the Policy Analysis for California Education, was effectively writing this for decision makers. And so there were some key takeaways, things that I think, for the most part, we already do a really nice job of, and we could do a better job of in this process if we wanted to go down it. Being inclusive and transparent, that is something that the board feels very strongly about. The awareness of the impact on our students, especially those who are our highest need students, that's a reference. And then something, again, that we are already doing, which is continuing to look at a long-term plan, which is the root of this, which is trying to address housing affordability, and we're already engaged in that. So it's nice that of the top 3 recommendations, we're solidly in 2 of those. Okay, and then so in terms of the recommendations and feedback, if there were board consensus for us to go through this process, effectively what we would do is take the best of the best. We have templates. We would go create basically a VUSD specific template for this and bring that back to you. So that way you could say, I like this, we don't like this. If we were to go through this process, I think we need a little bit more of this. And when I'm being intentionally vague, but examples of these things are, there are elements of those plans in that matrix that are in many ways more administratively driven. They're like all the feedback processes that we need flexibility on, and then later on we come back and maybe make those more board directed. So that would be a part of that. And then we would, like I said, we would bring that template and handbook back to you for specific feedback and then potential implementation. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Questions?
Not really a question. It's just, this is just something we've been talking about for a long time. So I think we need to try to come to consensus if we want to really move forward on something like this or not.
Yeah. In my 20%, this is like a hot topic. So I just really want the public to understand that this is not a decision on we are going to close the school, but we're looking at a 3-year budget and having the information done is for my 20%. Having the information, if we maybe a school's, a high school, a middle school, an elementary that we know are suffering declining enrollment, and using those as the model for something that we might do 2 or 3 years if we need to do it. But starting now and taking our time to do the information, to me, makes sense. But not making a decision like, hey, we're going to close this school or that school, but just pick a model in each one based on the biggest decline in enrollment, so we can take our time to analyze everything. And this might be a decision that hopefully we'll never have to make, but if we had to make it from 2 years from now or 3 years from now, we had the information of this is exactly what would be saving, because we don't know what we would find. We might find that we don't even need to spend the time on doing it, because if we move a school and based on some statistics, it's not worth it. It's not worth trying to save $200,000 to close the whole school. So I think getting the information maybe on a model or something would be the thing to do, but just making sure the public knows is we're not making a decision to close the school, but getting the information on the cost, because it could take us either way. It could say, why spend the time on even doing any more when we know if we close, this school is declining this much, if we close it, we save $275,000, it's not worth it to even spend any more time on it. Or it could go the other way. At this point, we just don't know. But I just want to make sure people understand that this is just for information purposes, not that we're trying to make a decision on closing the school, if that's the consensus of the board.
Well, I would add, knowledge is power. We're in the business of obtaining knowledge and making sure that kiddos get knowledge. I think we owe it to the public to investigate what this could mean for Ventura Unified. I think we would be negligent if we did not at least look at what this would look like for Ventura Unified, so that we have that knowledge, so that we can make an educated decision about what direction our district should take.
So I'm just going to be more direct, shockingly. I know you guys are like, what? So at the height of our district's enrollment, we were at 22,000 students. We are at 14,000 students. That's not a 10% decline like was shown in that draft. That's a 32% decline in enrollment. And I don't believe that we're being fiscally responsible if we say we're going to consider it and maybe in 2 or 3 years we're going to talk about whether or not we need to. I think this is an issue that has come before us and that we are at a point where we have to act. And we are going to have to make hard decisions. And I think that we need to start that community engagement today and begin to educate the community that because of decisions that have nothing to do with the quality of our schools, that have nothing to do with the quality of education that's happening, it is because birth rates are declining, California is expensive, we never build housing, families can't afford to live here. There's a long list of reasons why we are where we are that have nothing to do with particularly us as a school district. And the community has to weigh in and make decisions. If we don't want to build more affordable housing for families, then we have to lose neighborhood schools. We can't do both. And I think the sooner we engage in a very honest and frank conversation with our community members to say, if this is what we don't do, we will be laying off more people. We will be closing programs that people care about because you can't do everything. And so, I mean, when I got on this board 9 years ago, I think I literally said at one board meeting, over my dead body, we will close the school. But we are here now, right? And and that is where we are. And so, my 20%, I think we have to be honest. I think we need to begin engagement today. I think we should create an ad hoc committee with board members to begin that conversation, to look at the data, and to move forward with actual outreach to communities. We should be meeting with Rotary and Kiwanis and our support groups. We should be going to community council meetings and city council meetings and letting people know where we are, because no one knows that we are where we are.
Yeah, my example was to do it so that we understand what the price of it actually is, because even though if we might need to do it, but we don't even know the cost of savings if we did do it. Even if we close 2 or 3 schools, I'm saying we need to start to find out, we know if we do this, we save this amount of money, and then we go from the step from there about closing the schools. Not because, I mean, eventually if we continue on this, numbers are numbers. If we continue on this steep climb, we know what's going to happen. But I'm just saying so that we know if we did it, if we start right now and get the actual numbers of what it would be, we don't start when we have to do it 2 years from now, and now we're 4 years from now, was my example. It's like, we need a number, right? Because if our schools cost so much and all we're doing is moving people and then selling the property for a one-time savings, I'm just saying that we need to find out what that number is. And that's what I want to make sure that if we have a consensus that we can start today trying to find out what that number is.
Yeah, but I think if we wait until we have all of that information before we begin the community conversations, then that's exactly what the community complains about all the time, right? Like, you guys have already made all these steps. Now you're moving forward with a process, and now you're just finally telling us, right? Like, I think we need to be engaging right now with the community, saying, here's where we are. We're going to gather information. Your feedback matters to us. Your feelings about these things matter, but we recognize we need to act in order to be fiscal stewards.
I agree with that. We could walk and chew gum. I think we can have those conversations with the public and also bring it back and have our conversations about the data. For me, it's going to be data, right? It's going to be looking at, what is the impact in schools? If we close a certain school, and we bring those kids over there, how would that look? 2 students grouped together could be a recipe for disaster. So for me, is having staff really look at this, bringing us that data. Not only that, but bringing us options at some point, right? A variety of options. And what are those impacts? How does it impact us fiscally, and how does it impact the school sites that will be absorbing those students? So I think I agree with Sabrina. We need to start this process. I know it's going to be hard. It's going to be very difficult for a lot of people. However, we really have to tell our public that this is where we are financially. We're behind the 8 ball a little bit on this, and it's our budget we need to satisfy our budget variety of different ways rather than just focusing on reducing staff.
Obviously, I will go with the consensus of the board, but without having the information before we talk to the public, I think we're going to create a frenzy that's going to take more staff time in dealing with the frenzy of we're not even making a decision. Just engaging the public when you talk about something like that, you're going to create a whole nother situation that you're going to have to deal with. That's going to be a lot of our time, a lot of staff times in doing it. But whatever the board wants to do, obviously, I'm going to be on board with it.
And I can just provide a little bit of input here. I skipped over a part of the district advisory committee. And what you're talking about is a part of that, right? Like getting a group of people. We already have a parent advisory committee. We can reconstitute that, or we could create a separate district advisory committee. Either way, the point is, I think the phrase you use is walk and chew gum. We can do both. The reason that I spent so much time providing some background is the districts that have done this well have done this very purposefully and deliberately. And President Peterson, what you said about that frenzy feeling, that was very similar to staffing reductions. There is nothing that we can do. We can do that in the best way possible, and there will still be a frenzy at the end of that. Even though I'm saying that, having spoken with people in different places, regardless, even we will do this as well as we can. And I've shared with you, and I've shared with my team in another life, in another district, having been a part of a school closure. It is one of the hardest things that you ever go through, and those memories do not go away, because it is, especially in a community like Ventura, where these memories and feelings and associations for schools in some cases go back 5 generations easily. That carries a lot of weight versus when you're closing a school that's maybe been around for 30 years or 40 years. So I do think we can walk and chew gum. That said, I also think it is very important for the community and that outreach to know what the process is, to know, and that's where I would ask for the board to allow us to come back, say, here's the plan. Do you like it or not? Tell us what you want more of or less of, because I think we can do both.
And I would agree. Having a committee would look at it, advise against an ad hoc, just because it's, we want public to watch it and to participate.
Well, we have consensus. So what we will do then is we will not waste any time on this. As you can tell, we've put a lot of effort into this already. We'll just go back, break down, meet again with the CDE, make sure that our understanding of those documents is what they are. I'll start touching base, scheduling meetings with those superintendents or whoever on their staff is still there, and make sure that we are interpreting their documents as well as possible, so that way when we come forward, we'll be prepared for your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Remember, we just locked the campus. What happened? Or locked down, put up a fence. So. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. We have public comment on this.
I'm sorry. The green is up.
I was listening to everything you were saying, and we do have public comment. I apologize. We have 2 public comments. The first will be Deborah Meyer Morris with 2 minutes of her 5, and the second will be Ashley Pope with, are we on 15A1? Yes, with 3 minutes. 1 second so I can get the timer set here. Okay.
Hi, Deborah Meyer Morris again. So I think I might have touched on this before, but in Oxnard, I did serve on the redistricting committee. And I think the thing about doing this is you have to do it with transparency and do not do it as an ad hoc. You need the community to buy in. Now, redistricting, it sounds like it's easy. It's not. When you take a third of a school and you move it to another school because you built a bunch of new schools, it's a lot of massaging and hand-holding, but it's also not the frenzy that you're all thinking it's going to be either, because people can recognize, if you're honest with them and you talk about data and you show them that Lincoln has 202 students, or you talk about like how another school's lost 40% of its students. Like, people can understand that because they just watched you lay off all these people. And economy of scale is not a new concept. Like, this is something that economically has always made sense, and it does cost more on those small schools. And so as you go forward and you're thinking about this, I want you to not work in silos. I want you to think about how you're spending the Measure E money. Like, for instance, don't start doing a plan for an ADA accessible playground on a school that's high on the likely to get reduced list. The same with the solar, the same with these intercom systems. By the way, put one in here for me. Have some thought, have some coordination. This is a school system, so treat it like a system. And also, this will also help to get more funding in for carry out all the other functions that you just were getting rid of that are essential to have a safe, high-performing school. We need counselors and librarians. We need them fully staffed. Better you have more children on a campus than something that's understaffed and dangerous. And you guys have the data. We know you have the data. So just start whipping it together. Thanks.
Up next is Ashley Pope, who will be speaking on 2 items. For this one, she'll be using 3 minutes.
I had to adjust my comment because you guys made a decision already, which is good. I'm glad you guys made a decision. Thank you for that. My name is Ashley Pope. I'm here today on behalf of no organization, just myself as a parent and a concerned community member. I'm glad to hear that we're moving forward and going to be gathering more data. I am also disappointed in the lack of local detail in the slide presentation regarding the school consolidation tonight. After years of persistent budgetary distress impacting VUSD staff and students, I was hoping for a more serious data-driven assessment. I appreciate everyone's candor about the topic tonight. However, the presentation is still very vague. I was actually a student at Buena High School in 2005 when enrollment was at its highest. I've been saying 21,000 for, I don't know, I feel like I've said this a zillion times over the past few years, but now I know it's 22,000, so thank you for that, Sabrina. We now have fewer than 14,000, and that number, as you were talking about, continues to fall. Despite, I've been saying 33% enrollment decline, now I know it's 32 over 20 years. I wish that this data point was part of this presentation. When the community hears 33% or 32%, they're going to understand. For lack of funding, VUSD has cut staff, eliminated programs, and left the most vulnerable students with fewer and lesser quality supports. The staff cuts you made earlier this year and will be asked to make again in the near future are at the expense of student experience and education. Hard decisions lie ahead, but school consolidation is an opportunity to send kids to campuses full of students and adequately staffed schools. We'll be able to do more to serve students when we're not bleeding funds to sustain 26, and tonight I think I heard 27, all my numbers are off by 1, that are only 50 to 75% full. Additionally, tens of millions of dollars from the $440 million Measure E facilities bond are being spent on campuses whose long-term viability has not yet been assessed. The spending is happening quickly with over $11 million in bond funds being spent in just the last 2 weeks. So you'll approve that on your agenda tonight. I hope we move forward with true urgency and we remember why we are all here, students. Prompt action is critical if the goal is to serve students with excellence in the face of continued declining enrollment, and just as concerning upcoming cuts to both education and Medicaid. As James inquired, in a perfect world, a few schools would stop taking TK or K in the fall, and then first grade, and then second, until the student body can relocate to a nearby campus. I wonder if the timeline for this careful handling of student impact has already passed. I hope it has not. Going forward, I hope the presentations will have more information needed to truly inform the community. As I said earlier, I know our community can handle the truth, and no one can argue with 33% less students. Thank you.
Is there any more deliberation needed on this subject? Okay, we'll take this time to take our 10-minute break to 8:05. Okay, we're back from our regularly scheduled break, and now we are on conference item B, Educational Services, Presentation of Math Placement and Acceleration, 2025-2026.
Thank you very much, President Pearson, trustees. This is in many ways a follow-up to a presentation that was given in January of 2024, prior to the start of the past year that we just completed, the 24-25 school year, where we piloted our middle school math acceleration at 2 of our middle school sites. So what we'd like to do tonight is just tell you what we think we've learned from our pilot year of math acceleration at the middle school specifically, but also to talk about acceleration broadly, and that's where we'll start. So Deidre Monaros, our Director of Secondary Education, is here to start us off. Take it away, Deidre.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here on this beautiful summer evening. Before we talk about our pilot success and vision for next year, just a little bit of background on our math placement policies in Ventura Unified School District. There's a lot of text in these slides. I won't read it all to you, but I will point out some of the highlights. Please feel free to pause me at any time and ask any questions as we move along. So in 2015, Senate Bill 359 came about, which required school districts to create policy around math placement. There were 5 major criteria for that, as you can see on this slide. We've highlighted 2 more prominent. You can see number 2 of that criteria is at least 1 placement checkpoint within the first month of the school year needs to be established to ensure that accurate placement for students is met. And criteria 3 is that mathematics courses based on their performance on objective measures. So all our district, which you'll see in the next couple of slides, some of the measures that we use objectively to determine math placement in Ventura Unified School District. There's other criteria there. Should you have any questions, happy to answer any questions about the criteria in the Senate bill. Yes, sir.
I have a question about if let's just say, during the year, based on placement where, a student maybe had a mental health problem or they had a crisis in the family, performance went down, does a parent have a recourse to say, I know during this section they didn't qualify, they normally would because this happened? Can a parent and a student talk to the district and be like, I think they should be put there, but because of this that happened in their life, it looks, there's something tragic happened here and the scores don't show it. Do they have an option to try to get back on track?
So, good question. That doesn't happen very often, if I understood your question correctly, if it's mid-year. Because of just the scope and sequence and pacing of math courses and the covering of content. I would say in my 9 years here in Ventura, 8 or 9 years here in Ventura Unified, I can recall maybe one time in high school where that request was made. And then in middle school, as we'll cover a little bit later, there is no scope and sequence curricular difference between GATE, honors, and grade level. So there wouldn't be a significant pacing change, or there wouldn't be a reason to change courses. And we'll cover, I know that might sound a little confusing, but we'll cover that a little bit later. But typically not during the middle of the year. Most oftentimes the requests that we get from parents are for drops from an AP course or from an honors course or from a higher level course into a lower level course that still meets graduation requirements but does not necessarily keep them on a higher level track.
Dr. Bayless, let's rechange that question just a little bit, or that statement from Mr. Peterson. How about at the start of the year and a child hasn't qualified under the placement criteria the teachers have set up? What if a parent really wants their child to have an opportunity to take that course? Do they have an opt-in at all?
Yes, we do. So this is a little bit different than acceleration. So there are processes by which, and if we go back to this first slide, Deidre, if you don't mind, if you take a look at number 3, based on objective measures, and that's typically placement within a given grade. So, for example, a student could, a sophomore student, a typical sophomore student in high school could be in Math 2 honors, or they could be in Math 2. Now, the difference between those two courses is substantive. There's a categorical difference in the scope and sequence and the subject areas taught, because there are bits of pre-calculus that are spread throughout all the honors courses in high school. So if a student were to change or to shift, there would be a significant change. So if they're at the beginning of the year, before they enroll, before the first day of school, if our placement processes have determined that they are to be in Math 2, but they get requests to be in Math 2 honors, we honor that. Sometimes we have them sign something that says, look, based on all of the past math performance, based on the objective measures, we don't recommend it, but we're not going to prohibit it.
Yeah, that answered my question too. It's not prohibited, right? There's nothing that say you can't do that, where a parent can say, I want to opt into this class.
There's nothing that prohibits it within the range of it's a viable class within that grade level. It would be prohibitive if a Math 1 student were to say, hey, I want to skip Math 2 and Math 3 and I want to take Calc BC my freshman year. We would say, you're not prepared. There are prerequisites in order to get there. But within a grade level, Math 1 versus Math 1 honors, Math 2 versus Math 2 honors, Calc AB versus Calc BC, we allow parents to waive into those classes that they're not recommended for.
That answered my question. Thank you.
So VUSD is in compliance with Senate Bill 359. We do have Board Policy 6152 that explains our placement and math courses. This is specific to students in 9th grade. For students entering in 9th grade, Ventura Unified shall work with district teachers, counselors, and administrators of feeder schools to develop consistent protocols for placement of students in mathematics. And at this time, I'd like to thank our math TOSAs who do a lot of that heavy lifting, Shelley Harder and Natalie Albrizio. They do a lot of that heavy lifting along with our site administrators and math teachers to make sure we get all of that data annually. And then students are placed in their math courses based on those placement protocols, which are outlined in our administrative regulation. Yes, go ahead.
Question, Deidre. So when would a student find out which class they were being placed in?
So that's a great question, Sabrina, and I don't know if I can speak so much to the 5th to 6th, but I think the 8th to 9th is a little bit more, as a secondary person, I know a little bit more about. But in the course requests that they do in the spring is typically when they put those in along with the counselor's support. So that's essentially, Greg, I don't know if you know more about the 5th to 6th, how the students specifically find out or the families find out.
Yeah, so let me speak to the 8th and 9th
Okay.
first, because I think that's the one where there's probably the most robust process, because all of a sudden you now have a transcript, you now have credits, and you have a timeline towards staying on track for graduation. So that does happen now in about December, January, where our high school counselors work with those students and do visits to middle schools and have those conversations with our master placement sheet that says, based on the data that we have, here's the class you're being recommended for, here's a schedule, what kind of elective would you like, those kinds of conversations. For 5th to 6th, it happens similarly, but we don't necessarily have the same kind of counselor visitation process. We do in many cases. So often students and parents are learning about their preliminary district placements in the spring, because that's when we have to develop master schedules. So I would say it's probably earlier for high school. It's in the December, January window, and then more towards the spring for the 5th to 6th.
But on this, the placement protocols reference the CASP, and we don't get CASP results until typically August or September.
That's correct. So we typically have several phases of placement. That initial phase that we have to have in place in order to give students a set of courses that they take so that secondary schools can develop master schedules. That has to happen really early, prior to March 15th, and that whole process that you're well aware of.
And that timeline's outlined on one of these slides.
Yeah, and so once we get our quarter 2 district assessments back, once we get quarter 2 grades, we go back and look. When I say we, it's largely our math TOSAs and Deidre looking at whether or not we need to change their placements. So we do use previous year's CASP data, but that current year CASP data is not available. So that's very hard to use because we only have preliminary data right now, so we wouldn't have formal data until August, maybe September at best. So we use previous data, current grades, and district assessments.
Well, I would add, because the Senate Bill 359 also says multiple academic measures. So that would be like CASP, benchmarks, specific assessments like projects, class grades, report card grades. So there's a lot. Do we use all of those? Thank you.
And some of those are outlined in our admin reg right here. So just jumping right into that process that Greg just outlined, as he stated, it starts in December, January with the quarter 1 and quarter 2. MAP scores are also used. That just wasn't mentioned out loud. February through April, the data is sorted and analyzed, and quarter 3 data gets added. So those district assessments that are given in the classrooms are then added. End of April, sites receive their recommendations for their students. Now, some things do change. May, we do have a lot of transition IEPs that take place, and so that does have an impact on, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just want to add that there's a preliminary, in number 1, there is a preliminary placement made based on that data. And then there's a secondary placement, and sometimes there's a change based on updated data that we receive from February through April. So there really are 2 sets of placement decisions made, 5th to 6th and 8th to 9th. So I want to make sure that was clear. That wasn't represented here. I apologize.
It's so a full year. Our 8th graders to keep going. Don't give up.
Right. It's a full year of progress monitoring in math. It truly is. And then in June, when we do get preliminary CASP results, those can be referred to or referenced, in the event a student did, just make big improvements or did not. Those could be considerations for a shift in what their math placement might be. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so some of the other tests that are referenced, like the UC Mathematics Diagnostic Testing Project, do we offer those here, and are they offered at school sites, like during the school day for students to participate in?
No, not in my experience have we utilized any of those external measures, no.
So just going into high school, but that is a criteria that you use in middle school, correct?
Which
isn't there like the
well, we have IXL coming in, which will be able to provide some good diagnostics for math and English language arts, for that matter. But I'm not sure which.
Well, there was a test that some of the students at.
Oh, that was a district assessment.
Oh, it's a district assessment.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So going into, that's just the background on the Senate bill and our board policy and admin regulations. So we're going to look at our math acceleration pilot. Just a little bit, the math framework that was published in 2024, so the most updated math framework does include in Chapter 8 information on math acceleration and guidance on how to do it in students' best interest and with best practices. So we, and this was before my time, but I did come in during the 6th grade pilot. So we used that guidance. And our math teachers, our 2 pilot teachers from Data and Cabrillo met every week almost throughout the school year to make sure that they were aligned with the curriculum and the goals for that 6th grade acceleration class.
And before you get too deep into the acceleration class, can you explain the difference? Because, and I know on subsequent slides, we also have the data about, like there's 6th grade math, 6th grade honors, 6th grade GATE. There's the 6th, 7th acceleration. Can you speak a little bit to the difference between the different courses?
Yeah, Deidre, why don't you let me take first swing at that, and then you can round it out. So middle school acceleration pathway is compaction. And compaction is 3 years compacted into 2 years. So that means students in the accelerated model, and this is a very common model. This is not a VUSD specific model. In fact, most, I'm thinking of Santa Barbara Unified, Conejo Unified, they use this compaction model. And I think even Ventura Unified used it a while back as well. So they take the full year of 6th grade standards and half the year of 7th in 6th grade, and then 7th grade is all of the half year of 7th grade that they missed in the first year and all of 8th grade, so that they're ready to take Math 1 or Algebra 1, depending upon your pathway that you have in their 8th grade year. So that's accelerated. So accelerated has a categorically different scope and sequence than grade level math and GATE math or honors math. Currently, what we have in our middle school system is our 3 course codes. We have Math 6, Math 7, Math 8 Common Core. We have Math 6 GATE, and then we have Math 7 and 8 honors. There's no difference in curriculum. There's no difference in scope and sequence between any of those courses. And that's one of the challenges that we were trying to overcome with this acceleration model, is that we're trying to solve 2 challenges. One, we have many students who are ready to accelerate, that want to accelerate. We have an acceleration test. It's not perfect. We wanted to provide a better standard pathway embedded in our day-to-day programming for acceleration. And we also had levels of classes without any substantive difference in terms of scope, sequence, or curriculum at all. So those are the, hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, please. Thank you.
And while there's two, I think he sort of referred to 2 different types of acceleration, subject-specific and grade level. The math acceleration that we're speaking of is just the content-specific acceleration. So I think this is probably one of the more powerful slides for us to review together. We have approximately 10 pathways in math and VUSD. And this evening, we're specifically targeting those ones in green, outlined in green in front of you. You can see that the accelerated program does exactly what Dr. Bayless just said. It compacts the curriculum so that it expands students' options for high school, should they be successful in that compacted program. And so that is the goal of acceleration, is to provide our students with more options for math in high school.
Is this saying if they're not accelerated in middle school, they can't make it to calculus, complete calculus course in high school?
No, that's
option 4.
Yeah, if you take a look at option 4, Dr. Danberg, students can still go to Calc A, B, or BC in their senior year. What we have found is that many students are able to engage successfully in Calculus A, B, or BC prior to their senior year, and many competitive colleges, majors that are STEM-based, are asking for, and in some cases they weight you, their admissions weights your application higher if you have beyond Calc BC. So in order to be competitive for those students who are prepared, they really need to have 5 years minimum of high school math, and oftentimes that means taking dual enrollment college classes after Calculus BC. But that doesn't, our models right now still allow for both.
Do we run remedial courses at the middle schools that would never put a child on track to be able to get to calculus because they've taken lower level math courses versus enough math so that they could attempt calculus when they were in high school?
Yeah, so all of our math all of our models, if we look at the left-hand side of the flow chart, all of our students have the ability in middle school to matriculate ultimately into Calculus BC. Many students don't because they have to retake Math 1, or if they struggle with math, they might find that they end up completing their required 3 years of math by doing Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3, like in option 2, or Math 1, 2, and money management as an option 10. But in middle school, there's no gatekeeping, there's no tracking that prohibits students from ultimately getting to Calculus BC.
Any other questions on the pathways? Okay. So this past year, we had our 6th grade pilot at Data and Cabrillo. We are pleased to share that Anacapa and Balboa will launch their accelerated math pathway in 6th grade next school year. And Cabrillo and Data will have both 6th and 7th. The 7th grade programs will cover the remainder of 7th grade content and all of 8th grade. Students earning a C or better in 7th grade accelerated math will advance to Math 1 honors in 8th grade.
And Deidre, if I could just hop in here, I wanted to share with the board the reason why we decided to move forward based on the significant success. And I know you'll touch on a few things here, but one of the first questions we asked was the teachers. How did you feel that the students did? Is this course a good fit? Were your students properly selected? What was the general temperature and energy, parent feedback? And it was all extremely positive. Even so much so that it was the other 2 sites that didn't have the pilot pathway were asking for it because their parents had heard about it and wanted it. So we also had assessments of our own internal placement processes, and as you'll talk about in a minute, almost all these students are going to stay in the pathway. We had no attrition or drop-off because of poor placement or struggles. We have our current adopted curriculum, CPM, has a compaction model embedded in it, so we weren't having to piece things together and create it on our own. We utilized our already existing core curriculum. And again, just the interest in having the pilot extend to the other schools was really significant. So that's one of the reasons why it was just a no-brainer to continue to add it to the other 2 sites.
And just a worthy note is Data 7th grade enrollment will be, in fact, over 30 students. And I spoke with their administration, and they expect to have 42 students in the 7th grade class. And the teachers will continue to be supported by our math TOSAs in the next school year. So just some data from the teachers. The data only ended up with 7 students in 6th grade, and that was due to the structures of the cohorts, which created an artificial barrier, if you will, to participation in 6th grade acceleration. We've since resolved that for next school year, which is now increasing the class from 7 to 42 students. Of those 7 students, 5 earned an A, and 2 of those students earned a B. So strong performances from the data cohort. And Cabrillo, 31 students finished the course, and you can see the breakdown A, Bs, and Cs there. Again, strong performances from our 6th graders. All students will be matriculating into the 7th grade cohorts, and there is an error on the data 1. That data in the table there is actually 36, not 42. But data will have 36 students as 6th graders next year, Anacapa 29, Balboa 50, and Cabrillo 32.
So will Balboa have then 2 sections?
Yes.
We call that a bad split in master scheduling. There's no choice.
Yeah, it's too big to have 1, and 25 is kind of small. But
well, kids, talk to your friends. Get a few more in there. We got 2 classes to fill.
So for the students who are coming in as 6th graders, the assessment that was used for them to elect the compaction model was their...
No, there was no separate assessment to identify incoming 6th graders for acceleration. It's just all of our standard assessments that we have, our benchmark MAP assessments, CASP.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's our
So there
placement.
wasn't, I thought, I apologize, I thought I understood your question. I mean, was there a separate assessment for those students that wanted to be in acceleration, and there's not? Incoming to sixth grade.
So, no, I understand that. So for the sixth graders, it was based on MAP, previous year's CASP, teacher recommendation, and parent request.
Yes. So we did have a late entry into the 7th grade for next year at data. So we wanted to expand access due to the structural barriers that were in place. So we did offer to anyone, not just those students, we offered it to any student in 6th grade, whether they were in any program or not. All students had the option to opt in to try it, to take this assessment, and it was on May 30th, and the assessment results were emailed to families on June 5th, so it was a pretty quick turnaround. Students who scored a 70% or higher were recommended for late entry into the accelerated math pathway. Students who scored anywhere between a 50 and 69% were conditionally recommended, and anyone who scored below 50% weren't officially recommended, but the parent or guardian could waive that and could have their student enter that 7th grade class.
So I just want to ask about this because these numbers are significantly different than what we saw from parents from an email that was sent out. So when was that? There was a 90% threshold originally sent to parents.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So our 90% threshold is our typical threshold for a whole grade level skip acceleration, and that's what we've had. And we developed that in about 2021 after, I think, a board presentation about trying to develop procedures for acceleration because the district had none. So in order to skip an entire year of math, if you go back to your memory, you don't have to go back to it, the first slide, there has to be objective measures. So that was always our metric for skipping an entire grade level and moving ahead. Initially, that's what was devised, but wanting to recognize that they're only now skipping a half of a grade level because that late entry, so if they're in 6th grade Common Core math and they want to go into 7th grade accelerated, they've only missed that first half of 7th grade. So we wanted to try to increase access, change the rules, and there's nothing that prohibits us from doing that per our administrative regulations or board policy. So we made that decision to develop this. So I'm not sure when that change happened, but it was just a natural application of, well, this is our standing acceleration test and model, let's apply it. And after further review, we said, no, we don't really need to do it that way because it is a little bit different. This is a special case scenario where there are many students that want to opt into this that didn't have the chance to the year prior. So I can't tell you the specific timeline of when that happened.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for changing the percentages because I had a lot of parent outreach for that letter that went home in the spring that said students were required. And it was because of their placement in the IDEA program, and then they were not going to be able to get into the accelerated without a 90%. So I'm very grateful that you changed that, and I'm especially grateful that you have the parent guardian waiver because I want to make sure that we have full accessibility. I feel like if we have parents who are on board, who are supportive, who are ready to help guide their child across the finish line, we should absolutely be getting them on board.
Yeah, and we feel the same. However, we have to also balance that with what we know about long-term success in math and preparedness for math. And so if you, again, go back to that Senate bill that we introduced at the very beginning, we do need to have objective measures. It can't solely be based on parent waivers for acceleration. And again, that's different than placement within a grade level. Acceleration is skipping a grade level. So that's why there has to be a higher bar. There has to be something more than just, hey, do you want to skip 7th grade? Great, go for it.
But that's the purpose of that 30-day review, yes?
I don't think, no. I would say the purpose of the 30-day review is about placement. Acceleration is a little bit different. So when you get into high school, You technically can skip a course in a sequence per UCA to G because some courses validate previous courses. So for example, and don't quote me on this because it's very complicated validation, if you take Math 3, it validates Math 2 even if you don't have Math 2 on your transcript. But Algebra 2 does not validate geometry because it's not integrated. So very complex. So it's not simple.
So in addition, in the vein of removing barriers, I think in the future it would be great if these assessments were offered on campus during the school day so that kids weren't dependent on parents bringing them to the district office on a Saturday for a test. Because if the goal really is to make sure that every kid has access to it, right, then we want to do as much as we can to remove those barriers.
Well, I agree. And the good news is I don't think we're going to have nearly as much of this. First of all, we have on average, I think, and Deidre, please correct me in public on TV if I'm wrong here, that we have about 25 to 30 acceleration requests in any given year across all of our middle schools. And that it's a high stakes test. It can be stressful. The introduction of this pathway will eliminate most of that. I think we'll still get some grade level, full grade level skip requests, but given that the pathway is embedded into the master schedule now at all 4 of our sites, I think we'll have way fewer of those. I think we'll still have a few of these kind of late entry requests, but it'll be much, much less. The challenge of having a proctored test at all of the sites, that there's a cost to that. You have to get substitutes or you have to hire proctors, so that's just something for us to consider moving forward, but I agree with you.
I would say exactly to that point, I still don't understand why we have this in addition to all of the other data that we have. This creates a ton of work for our TOSAs. It's an inconvenience for our students. I mean, we have all this other data that we have the CASP, we have the benchmark tests, we have the assignments, we have, project-based learning, we have class grades, we have report card grade. We have so much data the same way we have students, moving into, like a 6th grade. I just still, it kind of boggles my mind that we're still using staff time and creating this frustration for students and parents, when at the end of the day, the parents can still opt their kid in if they want to.
And I respect that view. However, there's something categorically different about acceleration. So we don't have any data on how a 6th grader does on 7th grade math standards. So there's no amount of data that can tell us whether or not a student is going to be successful on standards they've never seen or been objectively measured on. So that's why there has to be an objective test with respect to acceleration, different from placement within a grade level. And that's more specific to high school.
I just wanted to add to, and my comment isn't in any way contradicting that. It's more just longitudinal. The other reason that you need some objective measure, putting aside the criteria, you need to be able to have a very detailed conversation with those families. There are some students that are just exceptional, that test in itself is not even going to be a barrier. They're just going to exceed that, and they've probably been exceeding it for a couple of years. The real level of engagement is with the students that are on that cusp of skipping an entire grade level. I'm just going to go to the traditional pathway because this is where I've seen the research on it. When I was at the county office, we studied this. It was at that Algebra 2 level. The DNF rates for Algebra 2 at the time, and I don't know what they are now, were generally the highest of any math course. Once you got past Algebra 2 and you took subsequent classes, then that trend reversed because you passed that and now you're doing better. But what would happen is for those students and families that thought that their student was ready, it caught up to them, and it caught up to them at Algebra 2. And so effectively what you've done is you've placed a student in their family in a thought where they thought, or excuse me, in a track where they thought they were accelerated, but then they hit a stumbling block and end up either not with a grade that they had anticipated or needing to repeat it. And now they're off course anyway. And that's really that level of, with that objective measure comes a conversation with the family that we know we want this for your child too. We know that you want this. We know this is a big decision. Let's talk about what is down the road, because there's a lot of confidence that goes into these math concepts in middle school. Generally, again, the traditional track in Algebra 1, in that geometry and those concepts, that's generally where they're not faltering. It's when they get to that Algebra 2/trig that some of these foundational elements, again, setting aside the truly, truly exceptional students, and I've had those, like you look at the student, you just feel fortunate to even know them. I'm just talking about your typical kind of student that is good at math, loves math, families support mathematics in the home. That kind of kid, you just need to make sure that we're having an informed conversation generally with their parents. The student really isn't thinking, a 6th or 7th grader really isn't thinking about their junior year in high school. They're really not. It's really about having that an informed conversation with the parent.
Okay. This is you.
Or me. Okay, so we are really pleased with, again, the results of the pilot, and we're excited about moving forward. But we wanted to be really transparent about the challenges that come with it. So first, the benefits, of course. As we've talked about, increases access to advanced coursework. As I referenced, the equity and STEM participation, the college career readiness. Boost student engagement and motivation. Obviously, being under-challenged is something that is a problem for some students. Development of critical thinking, and obviously aligns with our values and choice. So we do feel like, on the whole, easily, this is highly beneficial for our students. And next slide there. There are, and now here are the challenges that we have to navigate, or at least be mindful about. As we've noted several times tonight, we're in a declining enrollment environment. Declining enrollment means tighter master schedules, more singletons in the master schedule, more conflicts, and also in sort of a preview of number 7, you've got to start to think about how many courses can you sustain in a master schedule. And we just looked at some of those splits of 50 students. You know, in a larger school, you get 100 students with a course request. That's easy. That's 3 sections. But when things get small, you start to get bad splits. 2 classes of 25. Now you're under the staffing ratio. So that means you've got to run 2 other classes above 34, on the order of like 9 students more. You now got 18 students that you're under. Those 18 students have to be made up by ratio in other places. So again, scheduling constraints, I've mentioned that. Program impact, so it may reduce enrollment in these other courses, and that's what we're finding, and I'll talk about that at the end, because I think that's something that will be important for us to discuss. Where there are cohorts and programs that have cohorts where students then choose to go accelerated versus not, or are prepared to or not, that could break up those cohorts. But again, returning to what I said at the very beginning, we feel like it's, on balance, definitely beneficial for students. There are teacher assignment credentialing issues. We know that this requires math credentialed teachers to be teaching Math 1 in the 8th grade year. You have to have those kinds of credentialed teachers at all of our campuses. So as schools get smaller, as staff gets tighter, we have to maintain a commitment to maintaining fully credentialed math teachers at our middle schools. The additional supports that some students may need, and I know that in some places they do some summer school tutoring specifically for access into these pathways, and that's something that we could absolutely consider, but that's staffing dependent. So this last concept here. So what we're finding now, as we've offered this at all 4 of our sites, we essentially have no more GATE classes, because this is where the majority of our GATE students want to go in the 6th grade year. And it really asks us to consider eliminating honors, because there is no need for it now, because those honor students are in accelerated. So accelerated becomes our honors, and that's what we would call it. We would call it Math 6, 7, and 8 accelerated honors. So that doesn't mean that GATE goes away. We still have our GATE English Language Arts, et cetera. But accelerated really is now creating, and this is, I think this is good, it's creating a substantive difference between courses, whereas before we didn't have any. I couldn't tell you that there was a difference in scope and sequence and curriculum and outcome between Math 6 GATE, Math 7 Honors, grade level Math 8 Common Core, that there wasn't one. And we think that acceleration should be open to all students regardless of GATE identification. There are some students who excel in math and are excited about math but aren't GATE identified. Those students shouldn't be precluded from having the opportunity to excel and accelerate in math. So that's where we see this going. So next year, we only have one site, by virtue of just course enrollments, we only have one site that will have both a Math 6 GATE and a Math 6 Accelerated. All the other sites have Math 6 Accelerated. So what we're predicting in the future is that all 4 sites will no longer have a GATE designation because there won't be a need for one. So the honors will become the accelerated. But at least we now have 2 substantive choices, real choices for students and parents in middle school that have real different outcomes and opportunities based on their inclinations and their desire. It's the same thing what we would do in high school. We'd say, would you like to be an AP? Would you like to be in honors? We hope so. Take a swing, go for it. There's no identification or special anointing that you need in order to do that. You just need to have the desire to work a little hard, work a little faster, and get it done. So that's where we're at. Again, on balance, incredibly positive, but just something for us to be mindful about moving forward. Deidre, anything that I missed?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, well, last slide. So
that's right.
this just shows that we won't be able likely to sustain all of these. We will still have options 1, 2, and 3, and 4 in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And then having options 5, 6, and 7 is what we're embarking on now. It looks like option 8 won't be viable. There won't be any students signing up for those courses. So that's, just wanted to give you a heads up. But back to Dr. Dannenberg, your earlier comment, either way, in both cases, accelerated or not, all students have equal opportunity access to get to calculus if they choose by the end of high school. So thank you. Thank you, board, for back in January of 2024 for allowing us to move forward with this pilot. I think it's been very successful, so thank you for that.
So a couple of things. One, in the early, let's see, I'm trying to find the slide now. On the 12th slide, in the acceleration administrative reg, one of the bullet point F says that parents can request an appeal within the first 10 days. I understand the desire to leave that for as an opening, but practically speaking, and I shared this with Dr. Castro, on the 10th day of school, master schedules are so set that really there is, especially in a middle school where you have electives and all the other things, right? Like the reality that you were going to be able to change your kid's schedule at the 10th day of school is unlikely. So it would be really nice to see if there was a way to have those conversations earlier so that, because, it is entirely possible that you're going to have to choose between music and acceleration or, woodshop and acceleration, right? And so to have those conversations early so students and families can prepare emotionally for the choice, right? Because ultimately, those are the things that kick up emails to us, right? It's that oh, I just found out my kid's already at school, they have their backpack on, and now they're not in the math class they want.
Agreed. The gold standard for master scheduling, be it middle school or high school, is always in spring. However, that requires all of our processes to, and that's why we've done that over the past couple of years, to be moved back early as possible. That's why we have school of choice, much to Marianne's gratitude way in November because it's school of choice, and then it's course requests, all before March 15th, so you know what kind of credentials you have to be able to offer a master's schedule. So you're right. Sometimes processes don't work out in ideal fashion, and you're doing conflict resolution in summer or in the fall. And I never, ever want that to happen, because that's exactly what you described. It's not fair to students, it's not fair to families. So we have tried as best as possible, and we're going to continue to try to refine that, make sure our processes are all in spring. We always had a gold standard from where I came that before spring break, all of our masters scheduled conflict conversations between counselors and students were done. There's always going to be some change requests over the summer, but before spring break. So that's the standard that I still hold for this district.
Can you speak to one more thing that touched on, I don't think we got into depth, about that 30-day. There was something in there about how 30 days in that you would evaluate whether, if like if someone was struggling, if it was their
It's
best
that first
placement.
slide, Deidre. Yeah, thank you for that question. So the impetus for that piece of legislation was primarily that students, particularly students of color, boys, were just getting put into lower level math classes and never given the chance to demonstrate fitness or readiness, and there wasn't a process. So this is largely to prevent from being underplaced or placed in lower courses where they're perfectly prepared to be successful in higher level math courses. So just as a little bit of background to that piece of legislation, and you can, this one. The 30 days, what we typically do is we send emails out to all the math teachers and say, hey, is your student properly placed? Here's the kind of information that you should have about your students by this time. Is there anyone, and this is typically done through Deidre's office and through our math TOSA, is there anyone that has any requests for consideration or analysis or review? And what we can do better is publicize this to parents, because it's not just teachers who should be potentially saying, I think I have a misplaced student, but it should be certainly secondary students themselves can do that, or for parents. So that's an area of growth for us. But we do have a very good system of reaching out to teachers in that 30-day window and making sure that our preliminary placements per our spreadsheet, per our flow chart, were correct based on what they're seeing in that 30 days.
Okay, so just one more clarifying question. So then that is not part of the middle school acceleration, like if you, so we're only doing that at the high school level?
No, I apologize. It is for all of our courses, but the challenge is, excuse me, not the challenge. The reality is in middle school previously, again, given the curriculum wasn't different, the scope and sequence wasn't different, so the placement change didn't mean anything. So now it will be more applicable because there's a categorical difference between what's happening in acceleration and non-acceleration classes. So we do have to develop that process for middle school, whereas before it just didn't make sense.
Okay, good, because I do want to, consider those students that might have, scored 50 or less. However, their parent has requested, and we've approved for these students to try the acceleration, and I want to make sure that we're keeping track, that we're not letting them go, 60, 90 days, we get to the first, report card, and all of a sudden, oh, wow, maybe this is not the best fit for you. So I want to make sure we're following through on those kids.
And that was part of the agreement with the families, is that the progress monitoring for those students in that category would take place, and that there would be ongoing frequent check-ins with those students and how they're doing in that class.
Great. And I just wanted to end, I actually spent some time, because I'm a teacher on summer vacation, I got all this disposable time, reading the new frameworks for math. And there were a couple quotes that I really want us all to sit with. Obviously, all students deserve powerful math instruction. And the other one is that achievement is not based on rare natural gifts, but it can be cultivated. And I want to make sure that we are always keeping in mind that we are cultivating this greatness in our students.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Okay, next we have a presentation, no public comment, okay. Next we have a presentation on proposed VUSD wraparound service pilot.
Thank you once again, President Peterson, trustees. Please bring up Executive Director of Special Education and Pupil Services, Neil Varani, to present on this. And I apologize, Deputy Director Nick Vlahos as well.
All right, good evening, Dr. Castro and the board. We're happy to bring this update to you on our in-house mental health model and the introduction of our wraparound service pilot as part of that. Needs and opportunities. Our wraparound services are required IEP-based services, and they can be provided by in-house staff.
Neil, can I just stop you? Can you give some examples of what wraparound services are?
Yeah, sure. So wraparound services are services that help meet a student's needs in accessing their special education program at both school and at home and in community settings as well.
So the reason I asked is because of that at home and community settings part. So we'll come back to that when you get further on in your slides.
All right, sure. All right, so our current versus our proposed costs for these services. Currently, we pay approximately a $1.1 million contract to provide co-ed services through Aspiranet. It used to be in partnership with SELPA, and I had that on the slide here, so that's an error. But now that the mental health money for special education is transferred to the districts for use at our discretion a couple Januaries ago, SELPA's now outside of that partnership, and so we contract directly with Aspiranet. We're proposing that we bring that model in-house just like we've done with our ERSs and our school-based counseling models this year. That would cost us to provide the same level of support with more qualified personnel, $458,000 for our BSA support from our behaviorists, and around $202,000 for clinicians to work as a parent empowerment specialist, with a total of $660,000 a year for in-house staff with superior qualifications, a savings of $440,000 annually just for that service. What is co-ed? So co-eds is the service. It's a Ventura County branded service, collaborative educational services. It was created by the SELPA a while ago. It is the proprietary name of a service providing special education short-term intensive service, formerly provided through the SELPA, now just directly with Aspiranet. Co-eds help students who are facing challenges in accessing their special education program, like I was saying, by providing additional supports in school and outside of school. The intent of co-eds is to empower youth and families with the skills and knowledge to be able to rely on themselves, their community, and available resources to cope with the challenges they face. So the role's like more of a coordination of services role that person would play. So they're providing families with strategies, but also with resources and community-based organizations. Were you going to ask me something? Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask, how many students do we have currently in the district that receive co-eds?
We finished the year with 32, and we will have less than 30 beginning next year. Anything else on that? All right. The current co-eds delivery model, there's 3 service options through Aspiranet. One is to have the youth partner only. The youth partner is somebody with at least a bachelor's degree that works with students either mostly in school, but can be outside of school as well. Option 2 is for parent partner only, so a service that's just directed toward the parent, and they use a parent peer model. And option 3 is the full package, youth, parent, and family case manager with optional 24/7 on-call support. And I'll note that our families that do have the option 3, that have the 24/7 on-call support, have not utilized it in this year at all, this past entire school year. Team components, youth partner is the behavior specialist, then the parent partner is a trained parent with lived experience, and family case manager is a licensed or registered intern. Service delivery is provided across school, home, and community settings. Option 3 includes that 24/7 call support. Exit process requires IEP team review to determine goal progress and readiness to exit. Same with adding it to the services added through the IEP team and removed through the IEP process as well.
So the IEP team would decide which option or level that family needs.
Yeah, and currently with the current model through AspiraNet, there's no assessment. So they don't assess the service on and they don't assess the service off. It's just kind of a subjective conversation.
Okay, during the IEP process.
Yeah.
Correct.
So of the 32 families that we had this year who were receiving co-ed services, do we know how many consistently used the services that were kind of provided, that were supposed to be provided to them? Because one of the things I heard from some of the families I spoke to was that, like, not everyone uses the services that they're offered, right? Like that they might miss a lot of appointments or whatever, so I'm kind of trying to understand, like, do we have any data on how much what we're paying for is being utilized?
Yeah. So to your point, we have, of course, case logs for all of the services that we provide. And so with our student confidential information, we have detailed logs of that. Often students would refuse service. It does happen where parents cancel appointments, et cetera. And that's where I got the data from, that there's been zero participation on the 24/7 call line, and that's straight from the AspiraNet case logs.
Yeah, I did hear, by the way, that service didn't work well. So that was one of the feedback points, was that, like, people didn't use it because when they tried to use it, it wasn't very, it wasn't often staffed by somebody who actually had the skills to help you in a crisis, so they would just connect you to 911. So
that's what we hear that as well, yeah.
So with co-eds, typically that's one of the most restrictive, right? And when we talk about restrictive, we're talking about most supportive, right, services that we could provide. I have a lot of students that are on co-eds, and could you explain the lead up to that discussion of co-eds? Like, how many services, with the least restrictive environment in mind, there's other types of services that we lead up to that. Can you explain that and what happens after co-eds?
Yeah, sure. So in general, I mean, every IEP, as you know, is individualized. But in general, like if we're following the continuum of supports from least restrictive to most restrictive, co-eds would fall the second most restrictive, other than residential treatment facilities. And so if a student is experiencing any mental health challenges, we're first looking at those tier 1 supports through non-special education, and then tier 2 supports, then tier 3, and then if all of those strategies and supports are exhausted and we're still not getting at the problem, then we would look at special education supports, and then that continuum would start with goals that are developed through the case manager and implemented through the IEP team. If additional specialization is needed in terms of like therapeutic services, we would possibly then look at school-based counseling services that are often provided through a clinician. If more rigor is needed as far as that through that clinical lens, we might look at specialized mental health services like IRSs, and then if more is needed, then we would look to co-eds.
So with students who are on co-eds or have that service, do they typically have IRSs? Or do the two have to?
Yes. The reason for that, though, is that AspiraNet requires it. So we can't refer a student for co-eds unless they've had IRSs for a certain amount of time. When they were monitoring, when none of the districts had any in-house services. So now, like here at VUSD, we're providing all of our own IRSs, just like some of our partners are. We aren't making those type of conditions. We're looking at every student individually, and if a student needs co-eds, but they don't need any of the services that are available under IRSs, because it's not appropriate or there's no time to waste type thing, then we would move towards that.
Okay.
But county-wide, that's how it is, and that's how it's been here until we brought our own services in-house.
And just one last question. So you don't have to have IRSs currently in order to get co-eds. You could have gone through the IRSs program, and that service wasn't, restrictive enough. So then you can have co-eds. Do you have to have both?
AspiraNet wants you to maintain both.
Yeah. And then when we get into our own presentation, that's a question I'm going to ask.
Yeah. So we aren't requiring that. And in terms of IRSs, it's the same thing with like school-based counseling. They want to see school-based counseling for a certain amount of time when we were contracting with VCBH for IRSs, before they would accept a referral from us for a student, even if it was like a dire situation where we felt that the service was immediately needed. So now we're not doing that here either. Just like every other service, it should be an IEP team decision, and we should look at the needs of every student individually and take it from there.
I know in terminology, when you use it a lot, you automatically know, but in the future, when you have a presentation, can you just list the acronyms so that as we're going through the presentation and we talk about things, that people can read what the acronym actually means?
Yeah, I thought I did. Maybe it's later.
I could have missed
about
it.
that. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll make sure that we do that.
Thank you.
Early on in the presentation.
And then while in this pause too, I just want to go back a couple minutes in the conversation. We had jumped to, in the continuum of service, these higher level of services then to residential. There's also non-public schools and county schools that could be in the intermediate before residential.
All right, so now moving towards our proposed new VUSD wraparound service model. It's special education intensive short-term service provided by the school district, designed to support students and families in addressing behavioral, emotional, and significant mental health challenges that interfere with accessing their education and making progress on IEP social emotional goals. It offers coordinated services across both school and home environments. This model functions as a vital bridge between home and school. It promotes wellness, builds resilience, and empowers families as active partners in their students' success. This collaborative approach ensures continuity of care, enhances communication, and strengthens the support system surrounding each student. The VUSD wraparound service delivery model is an integrated team approach. One option, providing intensive 6-month support. Our model includes a youth empowerment coach who's direct student support, school, home, community, helps with emotional regulation, social skills, and school engagement. A parent engagement specialist who's a parent guardian coaching and support, coaching strategy, alignment, IEP understanding, and resource connection. Team components, the youth empowerment coach is a behavior support assistant trained across all different strategies and methodologies pertaining to this practice, and a clinical intern. The parent engagement specialist is a licensed or associate clinician. Service delivery provided across home, school, and community. And then the phase service timeline, phase 1, engagement and assessment, that's weeks 1 to 4. Phase 2, intensive support and skill building, weeks 5 to 16. Phase 3, transition planning and tapering, and then closure and handoff.
What happens after the 6 months if a student needs more service?
If the student still needs services, then we would continue the service. We will have monthly team meetings. We will also have a midpoint IEP meeting and then an IEP meeting at the end to check in and see if we need to extend services or if goals are being achieved quicker than we expected. So it's still an individualized model. The pilot's for 6 months because we want to see how much we can collect in that amount of time. This service is intended both co-eds and this model we are proposing here to be a short-term service. And so if it's needed longer, then it's needed longer. If not, then not. But it's going to be individualized just like every other service.
I'll just interrupt you really quick. I had a question about the parent engagement specialist. I know with the county program, it was an actual parent who had been trained, but who had also experienced it from a parent's point of view. And I got a lot of feedback from parents that have been in this situation and said that that was something that was particularly important to them about that program. I was wondering if we would have any kind of option like that, where as opposed to just someone who had been trained, like a clinician, it was actually someone who had walked in those steps, like an actual parent who would be there to support other parents.
Yeah. So we're in all of our programs, and I think across the district, but definitely like within the scope of the work that we do, we always have a parent component to everything we do. We will create opportunities for parents to collaborate with each other so they can share their lived experience, et cetera. But we also want them to have that higher level of support available to them, because a lot of the feedback that we obtain from the families that actually have the service are along the lines of what was shared earlier, that they're often not getting through when they need help. We have heard good stories as well, but more often than not, it's that they're not getting the answers to the help that they need, and they're just being referred to the police or to the hospital. So we want to have someone who's been through all these different circumstances with kids and families and has been doing it a long time, and be able to really give them that immediate help when they need that help. But we will have a parent component for like a community as well.
So just to be clear, some of the feedback that I got was that people weren't able to get to those appointments in part because they were scheduled during the day, right? And so part of the reason I said, like, we can get to it later is that one of the components of our schedule, of our program, is that it's 8 to 5, right? So if the idea is that somebody's going to push in to help a kid get ready for school or remove some of the barriers for getting ready for school, if they don't work until 8, that's not going to happen, right? And if they are done at 5, they're not going to be there to help parents when they get off work to set up structures and systems to support their kid as they're doing homework or, de-escalating things that might be going on at home, right? So to me, that scheduling thing is a big part of what is kind of not making it accessible to people.
Yeah, and that's why we had looked at all the different data, and we had seen that nobody was accessing at all the after 5 o'clock care. And so when we were designing our model, we took all of that into consideration. There will be opportunities as well, as we've discussed as a team, that just like anything else, when students need support, then sometimes we scatter schedules. Someone could come in earlier, and but in general, the hours of availability would be 8 to 5, and then there will be outlier situations that we'll need to support with as well, and we do that all the time.
And I can add too, in the lead-up discussion to this, we have, we've had a lot of conversation about facilities. We actually have job descriptions on a classified staff schedule that show later hours. So we talked about that if the need is there, we already have that ability to extend that. We also talked about the 24/7 hotline. We have people who are on call 24/7. These are things that we could do, but based on the data, these were the things that we knew we needed. And then I'll just go back to the before school. And I'll just ask us to shift our mindset from, we've been talking, especially in the math acceleration, about like your traditional type of typically developing student. Many of these students, not all, but many of them, if they're experiencing or addressing issues related to anxiety and depression, they're going to struggle at some point, maybe even to get to school. And so if that interaction or intervention phase or the conversations that happen, either whether they're in person or via text or on the phone, honestly, they're going to be happening probably around 7:30, after 8 o'clock, as they're working through what will it take to get you to school today? What will it take to get through that first step? So the before school things, again, speaking from prior experience, we could absolutely shift schedules if that becomes the need that student has. And so we've talked about that. But coming back to Neil's point, based on the data, this is when the majority of the services are needed and will be delivered. But that doesn't mean that we can't flex personnel schedules around those other areas of need. We can absolutely do that too, because we do that in other areas.
I appreciate you saying that. I think flexibility is key to co-eds, right? And pushing in services are probably the most effective, going to see the parent, because a lot of times if they're having trouble going to school, the parent's going to have trouble going to an appointment. I think with this phase timeline, I think that I got a lot of communication about that, like they're going to be exited after 24 weeks. It's an IEP decision, so maybe we need to modify that a little bit. Or at least put that in there, because that's the if co-eds is not working, then that's when then that's the handoff, right, to the more extensive service. However, if it is working, or if you need more time, then I think we need to really outline that, because again, we got a lot of comments on that.
Yeah, and we definitely carefully looked through all the data. We looked through all the research on it, on wraparound services in general. We consulted with all of our neighbors. A lot of our neighbors are already doing this in-house. Like Conejo has a model where they're utilizing a clinician for both the youth, what we would call the youth partner, and the parent partner. Those are both clinician-based services. We wanted to have the BSA because of the needs of students that typically have this, and looking through all of their data. And it's a small group of our population. We have 2,300, 2,400 students with disabilities district-wide, and 32 students have the service, and probably 29 starting the school year. So we worked with those families to see how they felt, what feedback they had, what they thought the most important aspects of the program are. And the students that are participating in the pilot that began yesterday, those parents all chose to elect to be they had the choice of either program, and they chose this program. And so a pilot itself is a kind of a learning experience. We'll be collecting data from all the families and staff along the way. We'll be surveying. We're going to have these monthly meetings. And so if we're not seeing the outcomes that we are setting out to achieve, then we'll pivot and modify and make sure that we improve the program.
You mentioned a couple of times that you looked at the data that you got from the families that are currently in co-eds. Can you share that data with us? Like, what was it was it a survey? Was it?
Oh, no, I mean, we actually had oral conversations with the families. Our program specialist and Katie McCarroll, our director, met with the families to learn about what their insights were, and that was kind of the beginning phase of working on this part of the mental health model. So we didn't take notes. We had safe space conversations. I mean, the only actual data, paper data that we have are those case logs, which we couldn't share the case logs. Yeah.
I just wanted to go back to the earlier point. The point's well taken about the way that this was delivered. Yes, we have this pilot group and it's great, but going forward, you're absolutely right. We don't want to convey that these are absolute, but we do want to convey. So we would want to say, and if it's needed, it continues, right? There's no way. I think that's critical. Going back to why we structure it this way, and before I say what I'm going to say, there is a clear difference between educationally related mental health services and clinical services. But we are at this place where those two are merging. And part of what's happening in the clinical world is that the individuals being provided these services are engaged very early on about what that model is, what progress looks like. And so that way, the students and the parents have an understanding of what the intention of the model is to go along with that message. And so when it isn't working, then we know, because these are the things that we'll be looking for at these intervals. And if we're exceeding them or not meeting them, that's a point of conversation. I think that's something we skipped through very quickly, which is the purpose of identifying these phases is to engage in that conversation. What I think we didn't represent as well is the "and" part, which Neil said, which is, and if the service is needed for longer, that is an IEP team decision, and you keep delivering that service.
Yeah, and it's almost like school-based counseling services through special education. Like, they're often set. There's a plan, right? It's like a treatment plan almost set up, and we're going to look at a 6-week group of this service or that, or dealing with this topic. And so same thing here for this service. We wanted to have a structured program, so we are monitoring ourselves. We are seeing if we're meeting goals and achieving outcomes, and if not, then we have to modify it to make sure that our program works.
And you also touched on I know you're going to talk about the pilot, but those families know that they're joining the pilot and they agree to it.
Oh yeah,
okay,
100%.
Just want to make sure.
I mean, we explained this all and what it looks like and gave them the choice, and they opted to all participate. We wanted about 5 students because out of a total of 30, that's like a 1/6 of the students, and we thought that was a good measure. We selected students across different school sites, again, different age groups, some even that are in different, more restrictive settings as well.
And they're all currently in ESY, right? Or not?
They all, in some capacity, are participating in ESY.
Thank you.
All right, so the kind of structure, the meeting and session reference guide here, we're going to have one orientation meeting that we've already had. Monthly team meetings, there'll be 6 of those for each family. Youth empowerment coach sessions, each student will receive 78 of those. Parent engagement specialist sessions for the parent, each parent will get 24 of those, and 1 to 2 IEP meetings. So everyone's going to have a midpoint check-in IEP, and then depending on the outcome or how things are going, then we may have another meeting in there as well. I mean, of course, if there's additional meetings requested, we would hold those meetings. Key features of the model: structured referral and assessment process for service eligibility, short-term intensive program designed to build family capacity and student independence, includes the midpoint IEP and then monthly team meetings, delivered by district staff, like I was saying, provides student and family support together, no split service options. So with those different options that COEDS has, like where you can just have the parent or you just have the student, or you could have both. We want to give the full package to everyone because we feel like that's what a true wraparound service should be. You can't have, one element of it and then not another and call it a wraparound service. So we're going to provide that to everybody who's participating.
Just real quick about the IEP process. It's a standalone IEP, like another review, not something that's conjunctive with like a try or an annual, right? So we're really just focusing on this one issue.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would just be another review meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, unless we're going to make any changes and we foresaw a need to, then it's depending on timelines and all that. It'd likely always often be another review meeting.
Thank you.
And then service hours we discussed, and concludes with the transition toolkit that we're going to provide to families and students, and structured handoff to natural supports. Pilot considerations, like I said, it started yesterday, and then we're going to run the pilot through January 7th. Students attending ESY for the launch of it, but it will continue on through the regular school year as well. We wanted to launch it during ESY because it's a smaller controlled space. We can monitor, we have more resources, we could be fluid with things. So we want to set the pilot off for success. So that's why we decided to start at ESY, and then 5 students are participating.
I had a question about that. So the 5 students, are those the only 5 students that will be doing the entire 6-month pilot?
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't starting. Some of the things said like it will start in August, and I was unclear about whether or not that meant we were taking on the other 20 some odd students in August as part of the pilot. but it
No,
will just be
yeah.
these 5 students.
Just these 5 students, nothing's changing for anyone else. And, nothing's changing for these 5 students for sure either. We got to make sure that things go well in the pilot, and, we'll make adjustments if not, but co-eds continues to be an option. Preparing for VUSD pilot launch. 1, build staff readiness and training. So we're doing a lot. In there, I said the SAFE model. We were looking at using the name SAFE model. I should have removed that from the slide right there. We have not named the program. It's the VUSD Wraparound service right now, but we're actually working with the families on that as well. And then ensure fidelity to the model, coordinate with schools and ESY teams during the launch, and then address challenges before families are involved, launch during ESY, controlled pilot environment, etc. VUSD pilot tracking progress and success, key outcomes to measure, student progress on IEP social emotional goals, of course, is number 1, family engagement and satisfaction, fidelity to the VUSD model, staff feedback on implementation, and school team feedback on collaboration and alignment, reduction in behavioral, emotional incidents or barriers to learning. And quantitative data, IEP progress reports, service session logs and documentation, attendance and participation records, and behavior and discipline data.
So if this pilot program ends in January, when will the board get feedback on the success of the program?
Yeah, I mean, we could, probably December would be a good time. We'd have enough indicators to know, yeah. December, we haven't talked about it, obviously, the way we're looking at whether we haven't, but yeah, December seems like it would be a natural time, yeah.
Because I'm just thinking, I want to make sure that, we've talked about this a lot, about always going back, and, we're implementing a program and wanting to make sure that the program is achieving what we are hoping it achieves. And, like for the URSUS program, I know we've already started that, but we haven't gotten feedback as a board as to how effective that big change is. So I'd really like if we could perhaps schedule some time for the board to hear about successes of that program, and then in the future, successes of this pilot.
We have the URSUS update on here at the end.
Oh, okay.
We have a portion of it, but
Yeah,
I know what
portion,
you're
yeah.
also talking about is
But yeah, I agree with
programmatically,
Shannon.
yes.
Thank you.
I agree with Shannon too, to make sure that we just continue to do that. Every time we implement something, that's just even on the slide, put what the feedback timeline would be on the slide.
So, that sounds good.
And then one last thing, and then it'll come back to us for approval, correct? To initiate the program, or are you just gonna, what would that look like?
So yes and no, in that, remember that these are IEP team decisions. So the feedback from the board will be, we'll provide you the, just generally how's it going. If it isn't effective, we're not going to continue to offer it, because the negative implications for the family, for the students, for potential litigation, I mean, we're not going to continue an ineffective program. The other part of that too is the parents will probably have additional feedback about what's happening with VCBH too. So there's some other things going on that we'll be able to provide that update, but ultimately, we'll be able to provide that feedback. Sounds like it'll be December, and give you like a multifaceted perspective of what the program looks like, because we also are recipients of models and personnel movements that are also outside of our control, related to VCVH and the SELPA.
And I would just add, a lot of times we try a new program or things like this, especially when we're talking about our general ed kids, and we'll say, oh, wow, that program wasn't as effective as we thought it would be. But, I mean, this particular group of kiddos, we can't get it wrong. Essentially, we cannot, for the sake of their lives, in some cases, we cannot get this wrong.
Yeah, we
so,
completely agree.
I want to make sure that we are intensely monitoring the success of this program. Don't wait till December,
Yeah,
I agree. Can you just go back to the previous 2 slides? I'm sorry, one more. well, I guess it's even before that one. There's that level of intervention, the chart with all the meetings. We're not waiting. So we'll be in, Katie will be in constant evaluation of this. There isn't a, we're not going to look at this data until October. The reason I was hesitating about when the right time would be is that you have almost a half year mark to know all the other things that would be working. What are the indicators? The other reason I was hesitating, I'll just share my thinking, is I wasn't sure which of those indicators would be available like publicly. So having a way to aggregate that in a way that protects confidentiality. So those are the things that were going on in my head. But yes, we will be able to provide some feedback for sure.
And just, for us, it feels like there's a lot of balls in the air when it comes to mental health for our kids. So, we just don't want to drop a ball.
Yeah, I mean, just I'll add that we're very confident that we'll be successful. Based on these programs we've already brought in-house, we're providing higher quality service. That is across the board. We have not one complaint about IRS's care this whole entire year. This is the first year that 100% of our students who receive IRSs received 100% of their services. We always have to make up hundreds of hours at the end of the year because our contractors aren't able to meet the demands of our needs. And so
and that's like the kind of feedback I'm talking about. We're in a vacuum over here that we don't know that.
Yeah.
And so, to take IRSA's as, this new program that we're trying and then doubling down with co-eds without having that kind of feedback, that's, I think that's also, for a lot of people, that is one of the concerns, is we have not heard feedback about how successful IRSUS is. So this does feel like a doubling down of like, did we do the right thing there? And oh wow, we're going to even take a deeper dive. So
yeah, we completely agree, which is also why we took liberties to add an IRSUS update to this, even though it isn't directly related, because we felt the same way. The other thing that I'll add, since it does feel like a jump, I hope that you know that we wouldn't put students, families, the community, the board in a position to move forward with this next step and this next evolution had we not seen some of the successes. But again, this is why I had asked Neil to prepare some additional information about IRSUS, because we did anticipate the need to be able to show not just the board, but the community some of the successes that we've seen.
So I just kind of want to go back to, I think it's your second slide that shows costs. Because I feel like this is a little misleading. So this is if every kid who is receiving co-eds switched to the VUSD model.
Yeah.
But for this year, we're keeping co-eds, right, at that contract price.
Well, it may fluctuate. This is what we ended the year with this year.
Because it's per kid. No, do we pay a per kid fee, or like how is it? How are we billed?
It's broken down by what service options are, because they have the option 1, 2, and 3. So those are different prices based on the time that they're getting, et cetera. So there's a variety of factors.
So when someone signs up for one of those 3 options, we're only billed for the services they actually receive?
Not necessarily. So if it's a no-show on the student or family side, we still have to pay.
So then, I guess my second question is, what are you projecting is the cost of this pilot? Because that's not anywhere on here.
The cost of the pilot? Well, currently with the pilot, we're using our in-house staff that we already have. So we're using those same clinicians. We have BSA, so we had a BSA volunteer to take that role on specifically during ESY. We have a 12-month clinician, so our 12-month clinician is serving in the clinician role. So we have existing staff to do the pilot.
But presumably they were hired because they were doing something else before. So
they're providing IRSs and school-based counseling as well.
So they just had extra time, so we're not paying more overtime, that word that Asan doesn't like.
No, it's not that it's extra time. It's just we're fitting that in the scope of their work.
Yeah, so I think to answer the question directly, we're not adding new staff to roll out the pilot. That's one thing. You're correct in that, yes, will there be some sort of offset that they're not able to do something else because they're doing that? Yes. However, if we can go to that, is this the last slide?
This is the one of
Is this the last slide?
first slides.
Okay, so if we can go to the final slide for Ursus, I think this is important. In the previous model, if you remember, and this is where when those services aren't provided, we paid for them, but then also when we have to make up services, we pay for that too. And so what Neil shared is that in the fact that with Ursus, where we were able to provide actually all the services with our own personnel, we are then in the place to not then have to provide any kind of compensatory ed for a payment for a contract that we've already paid for, and then also have to pay to be in a position potentially to pay for compensatory ed to make up services. So yes, there is a wiggle room in that you have current staff. We aren't hiring new staff. Current staff taking on additional workload. But in between there's additional wiggle room that is if we do as good of a job with this as we have before, we're also potentially in a position to not have to provide any kind of comp ed for services that weren't provided. So I think that's something to share. So if you, why don't we go ahead and kind of make that transition to this slide.
Yeah, so previously in the previous year, we spent $670,842 on contracted counseling, which was stepping stones at the time. And then IEP Ursus services through VCBH, $834,905, total of $1.5 million. We also had to pay $159,342 in extra duty pay to our school psychologists to cover all the hours that the VCBH clinicians could not cover. And this year, with our in-house clinicians that we brought on starting last July, with total salary and benefits $1.1 million, $1.17 million, and like I said, 100% of students got 100% of their services, so no compensatory services.
So to be clear, with the pilot project, with the 5 students you'd be serving, there's no additional cost. The staff that you have currently will be fitting it into their 8-hour shift.
Correct.
And there's no, so going back to that other slide, you're not implementing that third column until you take all the students.
Right, that's just a proposed
I think the question is, if we can do that, what were they doing before? Right? Like, if you're saying that you're going to implement all this into what were they doing before this, or what are we losing?
So we balance out all of our caseloads for our students. So there's transitions every year. People get exited from services. People move on from high school. So we're weekly. Nick and I, that's all we've been doing is looking through all of our numbers, and we've been doing that the entire spring. I mean, we start staffing towards the end of the fall now. We're looking at all caseload numbers in general, and looking at the numbers that we have when we were planning out the pilot, we looked at, are we going to need additional staff? And based on those numbers, we can fit those into caseloads in an effective way.
And so that no additional cost includes potentially providing services to families before school or after school, just based on shuffling schedules, but not based on overtime.
Yeah, and
yes.
Yes. All right. All right, here, Greg.
So we will plan to bring this back.
We do
as a
have public
sorry,
comment
yes.
on this item. We have 4. Let me just bring up the. Pardon? Is Deborah Meyer-Morris here? Okay, so we have 3. First up will be Ashley Pope using her other 2 minutes, followed by Brian Schumacher, followed by Jasmine Duran. Let me just, pardon? Duran, sorry.
Hello. I am back as an individual, not on behalf of any organization. I am here to express, first of all, that I believe the long delay to right-size the system has a direct and devastating impact on our ability to serve students. It shows up in missed IEP minutes, burned out teachers, families in crisis, and students falling through the cracks, and it shows up in proposals like this one. Co-eds is a last resort life-saving wraparound service for students with significant mental health and behavior challenges, students with diagnoses like PTSD, bipolar disorder, and suicidal students. This program helps stabilize families who are already hanging on by a thread. In June 2024, the board voted to hire a supervisor for this department after ensuring a clear commitment that co-ed services would remain equal or better in the transition. The discussion emphasized individualized timelines, student-centered flexibility, and trust building with families. During the presentation, the executive director of special education warned that even 30 days notice from a contracted provider could destabilize these students when they give notice. And yet this pilot imposes a rigid 6-month cap, cuts parent-peer support, and narrows the wraparound structure that makes co-eds effective in the first place with no notice at all. Even more troubling, at the June 2024 meeting, the board was assured that any changes to co-eds would return to the board and that they were not a part of the June 2024 vote. But this pilot began yesterday before tonight's meeting. That's not just a breakdown in the process, it's a breach of public trust. Please pause this pilot, engage the families who depend on co-eds. We were able to connect with one of the ESY pilot families, and they had no idea about this change. Another family told us that the district staff told them that ERSIS is not available as a summer service. Mental health challenges don't stop for the summer. Your CDAC is also unaware of these changes. Uphold the promise made last year that any replacement would be equivalent or better. As this pilot stands, that promise is not being kept. Thank you.
Up next is Brian Schumacher.
Good evening, VUSD school board members and staff. My name is Brian Schumacher. I'm new to the team at Autism Society of Ventura County. Please know I'm very much looking forward to connecting with you all in the near future. For now, I'm here to comment on the proposed co-eds model and highlight Autism Society Ventura County's serious concerns. The presentation says this plan begins a full year launch in the fall. Are we talking about fall 2026 to give time to assess program results, or fall 2025 before this pilot is over? I'd also like to address the 6-month service timeline. The presentation repeatedly refers to co-eds as a short-term intensive program. However, the reality is that many students remain in co-eds for years, and this is not a failure of the system. It's the program functioning as intended. Students with complex behavioral and emotional needs require time to stabilize, rebuild trust, and achieve goals. Imposing a blanket 6-month limit without data or flexibility is not only unrealistic, it's harmful. It may result in destabilization, rushed transitions, and dire mental health consequences. In some cases, this could mean regression, hospitalization, or even self-harm or suicide. Don't all VUSD kids deserve as much time as they need? Mental health doesn't operate on timelines, and IEPs must be individualized. Yet this pilot introduces rigid, time-bound constraints that directly contradict this legal standard and best practices. The pilot also removes one of the most effective healing components of co-eds, the parent partner. Parent partners are not merely helpers, they're caregivers with lived experience who offer peer support, emotional safety, and genuine trust. They help families to navigate the system, build confidence, and to stay engaged. Replacing peer partners with district clinicians, no matter how well trained, removes the authenticity and trust that only lived experience can offer. Peer support is an evidence-based practice. Eliminating this role isn't just a program change, it's a philosophical shift away from person-centered, family-driven care. School board, please slow down this process. This pilot is simply not ready. It lacks family input, imposes restrictive and arbitrary timelines, and removes proven supports. Please pause the rollout. Return to the table with families and community stakeholders, and then work together to create a model that reflects best practices, not budget pressures. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Jasmine Duran.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Duran, and I serve as the Advocacy and Community Impact Coordinator for Autism Society Ventura County. The VUSD wraparound model proposes replacing the parent-partner role with what Dr. Castro referred to as a more qualified parent engagement specialist, a licensed or associate clinician. While this shift is presented as an improvement in clinical rigor, it overlooks a vital component or effective wraparound care, the irreplaceable value of a peer lived experience. In an email response to this concern, it was suggested that a peer with lived experience cannot provide the same professional expertise in parent coaching, IEP navigation, and resource connection as a clinician can. We strongly disagree. Lived experience is not a credential that can be earned in school. It is earned through having been in these parents' shoes. Peer support specialists offer something that no degree can replicate, the ability to say, I've been there. This lived experience creates trust with families in crisis who often feel alienated by systems that talk at them rather than walk with them. The current co-eds model understands this. It integrates both clinical and lived experience to support families facing the most complex mental health challenges. These students are not simply behavioral. They are in acute distress, and their families often turn to co-eds as a final alternative to residential placement. These are high-stakes situations where success means keeping a child in their home and school, and failure can mean hospitalization, institutionalization, or worse, death by suicide. Additionally, the current co-eds protocol for Level 3 includes a family support team meeting with the parents and students every week. VUSD's model only proposes a single monthly team meeting. That is not equivalent. Let's be clear, when VUSD first proposed bringing co-eds in-house, the community and the school board were promised a model that would be equal or better to in quality, scope, and outcomes. What is being piloted now falls short of that. Removing peer-based roles erodes the foundation of trust and inclusion that wraparound care depends on. Family, voice, and choice are not afterthoughts. They are cornerstones.
30 seconds.
We understand that the desire for clinical oversight and system alignments, but these goals must not come at the expense of what works. The original co-eds model, which blends lived experience and clinical support, has prevented the most tragic outcomes. Any replacement model must be held to the same life-saving standard. We urge you to pause this pilot and collaborate more deeply with families and advocates. Students in co-eds don't need disruption, they need stability. They don't need a system that assumes expertise comes only from licensure. They need one that honors both clinical training and wisdom of lived experience.
So one of my concerns is, as we move forward with this, and I do think we're in the pilot. We have parent participation. I think it makes sense to continue, but I would like to see some very comprehensive analysis side by side, and really thorough feedback from families and students about the comparison, because I think right now, what we're being told is, well, we sat down with the families, we had a conversation, we don't have any notes. I mean, that's not compelling for me. And so I want us to be able to see real data, obviously anonymized so that we're protecting student privacy, but so that we can truly compare how these are serving students and families. I do think there's a separate issue that I have, which is, and I shared this with you before, that peer component, which I think is very, very hard to replace. And as a parent personally of a child with mental illness, I know how important that is to have people with whom you can really let your guard down and share your experience. And I just don't see that being replaced by a clinician.
Yes, we will absolutely do that, and thank you for your attention to the need to protect the anonymity And that's why I've shared my thinking out loud earlier. We need to find a way, especially since we're already talking about a small group of people, we were already reticent to put a number to this and who these individuals were because of exactly what's happening right now. So we want to ensure that we are protecting the confidentiality of these individuals, and we will do that. And we'll find a way to do that.
And I just had one point to make. Always, we need to be centered primarily on students, not on dollars. So I would appreciate in the future if any slides about savings would be at the end of a presentation. That's a bonus if we get a savings, obviously, but the most important thing is that we are providing the best quality service to our students, and I would like that to shine before we get to any potential savings.
I appreciate that. We also discussed that because we've brought this forward a couple different ways, and then when we didn't put it, it was asked up front, so we didn't lead with it, but we just had it kind of like maybe a couple slides in. We can absolutely put it at the end, and if we're content to do that either way, absolutely.
And then Calvin, if you ask how much it costs at the beginning, it's your fault.
I just also want to extend the data request to Ursus as well.
Thank you.
Okay, given the time, I think we need to have a conversation about if we're going to extend or not, because when doing agenda setting, I didn't think that we would get to I know we have one more conference item, but I didn't think we would get to the budget study at around 10 o'clock at night. So we need to have the discussion right now, because if we do get to that, we're obviously going to go over our time. So as a board, we need to make a decision on what we want to do.
Should we extend to 11:30, like usual, like last time?
Yeah, I always say I would rather just stay and power it out, because I feel like so often we're slopping things over to the next meeting, so.
Well, I'll tell you my concern. My concern is the budget study session is pretty much our job. And right now we're doing it 5 hours later at the end of the night. Like, are we really going to be asking the question and get into what we need to get into in the time that's allotted to us? And I know we've pushed it off, but we don't want to get into it and then cut it off. So that's kind of my question is this something that we want to do tonight and try to do it within 45 minutes?
So you know this about me. I don't do my best thinking after 9:30. So, I mean, there was a time where maybe that happened, but it's not now. I personally think this is too important, and I do feel bad because we have staff who have stayed until now, expecting to be part of this presentation. But I personally would rather see us schedule this for another day.
And, you know, part of it, I'll take responsibility, because during agenda setting, I didn't anticipate getting to this section at this time of night. So it's something that, I probably should have discussed before, but I agree. I think that since this is our job, right, being fiscally responsible, to try to rush tonight after we've already had these discussions, I don't think it would be doing it justice.
Well, plus I think it is so important. It ought to be very first thing on our agenda.
Agreed.
When we do
I
discuss
agree.
it, because that way the public has a better chance of seeing it. We've probably lost a few people since we started the meeting.
Okay, so let's just think about that. Let's take a quick break, because we're about 2 hours from our last break. We'll take a quick break, come back, and get consensus on what we want to do. We'll still do a 10-minute break. 10:05. Okay, we're back, and we'll continue our discussion about what we want to do about the budget study session.
Board, if I could just offer that this is jumping ahead a little bit, but we had tentatively planned, there had been a special board meeting on our calendars for July 22nd. Staff had planned, and we had, based on the previous discussion, planned a California dashboard study session for that day. That was optional because we also wanted to dedicate several hours to that, but it is critical that we go over the budget. So we could just replace that. We could do the budget study session on that day, and then I just confirmed with that we would be available to then do the California School Dashboard on August 5th. We already have the board bylaws on that day. Of course, there'll always be additional items that get added, but we don't have that, stack of items for the 5th right now. So if that works for you.
And then we also want to make that the first, if it's not our only item, we want to make it our first item on that day.
Our intention, unless something comes up, which we may have one small additional add, our intention would be this would be the only item for that budget, for that special board meeting.
As you know, I will not be at the special board meeting, but that's okay with me.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Denberg.
Okay, I think we can agree on that. Yeah. So if you were staying just for the budget study session, we do apologize, but Jack in the Box is still open.
Since there's a pause, team, I just want to thank you, not just for being here this evening, but for all the preparation that went into getting ready for tonight. Thank you, and we'll touch base soon.
Yeah, and actually I was going to add, because I shared with Dr. Castro that the report that was in the packet was very, very helpful. So thank you for all the work that went into that.
But that's how important you are. You're going to get your own day. Okay, next we have conference item report regarding Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure, quarterly report pursuant to AR 1312.4 for quarter ending June 30th, 2025.
Okay, we are happy to report that for the quarter ending June 30th, 2025, there were no complaints filed with any school in the district.
Nice. And no public comment. And we've already done D1, and we are skipping the budget study session this time. And next we have...
I will move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
This takes us to human resources classified. We're done.
Board reports.
Oh, okay, we're on board reports. Wow, that was fast. Board reports.
No report.
Good
This is
decision
why we get
earlier.
movie at 10:08 at night. Next, cafeteria update.
For board reports, I'm trying to remember, did we report on our last property subcommittee meeting?
I think so.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
We can say whatever we want to say. Even if we report it, we could say it again. So whatever the board would like to report under the ad hoc committee reports.
Yeah, go ahead and report it again, just in case the people who were here last time, they might not have heard it. If you'd like to report it again.
I reported last time. It's your turn.
Well, I don't like to do things twice. So, any other board reports for ad hoc committees? All right. So coming events.
All right, coming events. This is going to be coming up on the slide very quickly. As I mentioned earlier, so far a good start to summer school. It was nice to be on campus. Look forward to seeing all of our campuses throughout this and our ESY as well. We're always planning 2 years in advance, if not 3. So right around the corner, we have our staff welcome back event on the 12th of August. First day of school follows the next day. And then our gauntlet of back to school nights over that 2-month period. Looking forward to it.
I just want to thank you guys for having transportation to the welcome back from BHS. That is key. I love that.
Great job, team.
Thank you, Ari.
We'll have to email them. Okay, so future board items, you see that we've made the change from for July 22nd to be the board study session instead of the dashboard.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be that we have the budget discussion that we postponed today, place that on the 22nd, and then we would postpone the dashboard study session. It would no longer be a study session. It would now just be a regular board item for August 5th.
I would like to request a board, future board items, the review of the FICMAT and how we're, meeting those expectations.
So a FICMAT update?
Essentially, yeah. Or our progress to satisfy those areas that I outlined.
I see a few heads nodding yes. Okay, thank you.
And then I had a future board item request. Unfortunately, I forgot to place on the agenda a request for Dr. Castro to get board support for writing a letter of recommendation for my application for CSBA president-elect. So if you give him your consensus that he can write that on the board's behalf, that I would appreciate it.
Well, let's talk about that. Yeah, we need an hour about that. Heads nod. Yeah.
Thank you for your consensus.
Any other comments from the board or superintendent?
Not for me, thank you.
Any need to go back to closed session?
No.
Move adjournment.
And thank you, Vase, again. But move to adjourn has already been, movement has been made.
Thank you. Who seconded? Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Vase. Wow,